Hello, friends! Welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. Welcome to Seedling School. Often I will be reviewing project submissions, answering questions, and doing some code reviews. So if you're new to this thing, you can visit github.com/codinggarden/seedling-school-01-frontend-project. These are essentially project requirements for a front-end project. And in here we have what are the goals of the project, what are the requirements, what are some example ideas, and how you can participate. And there are quite a few issues open. Basically, if you are submitting a project, you open an issue. So what I'm going to be doing this morning is reviewing the issues. Thanks for the link, Alka. And reviewing these submissions. And as you might tell by the dates on these, I'm actually very behind. I've been busy. These were initial submissions 9 days ago. They probably already started, but we're still going to take a look. Let's say hello to everyone. Hello, Alka. Welcome. Hello, Alana. Alka made this morning. Let's take a look. Ooh, okay, yeah, we'll come back to it. Hello, Santosh Raghav. Welcome. I'm doing good. It's a good Saturday morning. It is 7:23 a.m. for me. I got a good night's rest. Yeah. Hello, Ben. Hello, Katoli. Oh, I just missed that comment. Who said? From Usama. Wow, first time catching the stream. Well, welcome to the stream. And Daniel Garden says, why do you have to start when I'm about to sleep? I apologize. It's actually interesting, though, because for a lot of people, it is morning for them. I'm sorry, like afternoon for them. And I guess for you, it's nighttime. I don't know. I'm sorry. Have a good night's rest. Oh, and yeah, and Alka is on a weird schedule. So feel free to go to sleep at any time, both Alka and Daniel Garden. I keep clicking extra. I shouldn't do that. Esoft says, hi CJ, is it GM or GN this time? It's a good morning for me. It's 7 a.m. Yeah, those are some good scores. Whoa, Sam W with a 98.99 on the leaderboard. Alka with a 91.98. Great work, everyone. Hello, Matthew. Ed says, hey everyone. Hey CJ, lovely outfit you have there. Oh, thank you. There's a llama with sunglasses on my sweater. Yeah. And thank you. Yeah, I'm feeling festive today. Ho ho ho. Hello, Ral. Yep, and there's the link if you want to check out this project that we're talking about. Good evening, Ashwin. Welcome. Yeah, 98.99. It's pretty good. Which emote is that? That's a nice one. Giga Champ. Nice. It's like PogChamp, but it's an elf. Or, I mean, it doesn't, maybe it's not an elf. Maybe it's just a person with a Santa hat. Hello, Azerbaijan. Welcome. Good morning, Nerthan. Hello, Coding Pasta. Yeah, Osama says it's 3 p.m. in Algeria. Yeah, so a lot of places in the world, it's afternoon. Hello, Rock Code. Welcome. Nerthan says it's 6:24 for me in California. Yeah, California. You're an hour before me. Welcome. Hello, Sam. Hello, Marcus. Welcome. More interesting emotes from Alka. I think that's from the same, from the same one. That's great. And hello, Sam. First time catching me live. You've done great on the leaderboard here. This is you with the biggest seedling. Great work and welcome. Oh, Australia. I guess that makes sense. Is that like the one part of the world where it's not a good time right now for me to stream? Good morning, Mary Jo Stapler. Welcome to the show. And actually, I don't know if you've stopped by before, but I have lurked on your stream. Everyone should check out Mary Jo Stapler on Twitch. She streams coding and has done Advent of Code. Let's check her out. I'll share it. We dropping Santas out here? There goes Coding Pasta with the Santa drop. A tiny score and a tiny seedling. Mahidra says, hi CJ, now I have a very good level of understanding of Docker, Travis, Circle CI, GitHub Actions, CI/CD, and now I'm able to build a project using CI/CD. I love GitHub Actions more than Travis and Circle CI. That's great. So on the last stream, Mahidra was asking a lot of questions about like, what is Docker? I do have a shout out command. I guess I could spin up the worst possible score. It was still good. It was still good. But yeah, last stream, Mahidra asked questions about like Docker and what is CI and CD, so he's been learning about it, and that's awesome. It's cool stuff. I might cover those kind of things in a future stream. Yep, it's afternoon in Israel as well. Hello, Goldie. Hello, Skin. The project for today is I'm going to just be reviewing submissions and issues for this front-end project. I have a lot of submissions and a bunch of code reviews that I need to do that I haven't done yet, so I'm going to try to make it happen. There's my hydration reminder. If you're sitting at home, take a drink of water or whatever you're drinking. Yeah, maybe I'll spin up the bot that Alka and I were working on. I don't know if I have to do anything special with it. We'll see. Christmas vibes, yeah. Cool. So I'm contemplating putting music in the background. The thing is, if I get a copyright strike on a YouTube video, that YouTube video is gonna have ads because the music person that takes claim to it will get the money for it. And I don't want ads on my videos. But if you're looking for some interesting Christmas music, just search YouTube for Lo-Fi Christmas. It's super cool music to program and hang out to. Oh, it's basically lo-fi hip-hop, but it's played, they have Christmas tunes going along with it. Let's not do that one. I think this one's probably, there's a couple going. This one's probably my favorite. We'll just do a little bit of music. Like, it's probably hard to hear, and it's not the best, we're gonna leave it on because it's chill. Christmas vibes. Hello, Sultan. I'm good. I got a good night's sleep. Yeah, I should make a shout out. I have one. I'll start up the bot, but let's say hello to everyone. Hello, Anthony from Africa. Welcome. Yeah, here, I'll share the link. You can it's probably better to listen to that music directly than. Here's what you can do. Open this music in a separate tab. Turn it down to like 50% volume. And you've got Lo-Fi Christmas in the background, and I got a Santa hat on, all that good stuff. Deep Sense says the history of Israel is real fascinating. Yeah, I don't know much about geography and history and stuff like that. Mary Jo says first time watcher and stalker. Welcome. Hello, Ronnie. Welcome. Hello, Coding Journey. Teja says I'm on time for after a long time. Welcome. Yeah, it's been a while. Hello, Levi. Oh, yeah, and thanks for the pull request on the Discord message. So I have this open source repo on my GitHub called the Discord Welcome Code of Conduct. And so if you've joined my Discord, this is the exact same welcome message and code of conduct that you would have had to have read through to join the Discord. But I've created this repo so people can translate it. So we have community contributions to translate it into Espanol, into Deutsch, and into Finnish. And I'm not going to try to pronounce Finnish. Somaliainen? I don't know. Finnish is weird. There's so many like double characters and stuff like that. But Levi made a pull request, which added a checkbox to German, because we now have Spanish, Finnish, and German translations. So I'm looking for other translations as well. If you speak any of these other languages, pull requests are absolutely welcome. And if you have any grammatical corrections to the existing translations, feel free to make pull requests there as well. But the idea here is there are quite a few people that join our Discord where English isn't their first language, and this will help them know what they need to do to get access to the server and know our code of conduct and stuff like that. But thank you, Levi, for the pull request. Have I finished all my Christmas shopping? That doesn't help Alka, but thanks. Actually, I don't really buy Christmas presents. I sort of am. So I have a really good friend, and I sent him and his wife Christmas presents, and then I'm gonna get my mom a Christmas present. But that's about it. Does Pig Latin count? Probably not. I don't know if there are that many people that speak it. Hello, Vishnu. Welcome. Osh should be fine. Database needs to be up. I assume it is. Okay. I'll start it. Let's see. TwitchBot. Let's go into the server. What tasks do we have? npm start. Database connected. join the Coding Garden channel and join the Alka channel. And I guess let's open up the client and make sure it's enabled for my channel. Hopefully it decides to use as a different port. Yeah, 8081. Let's see. Log in with Twitch. The bot is enabled. I haven't added. Yeah, there's not a commands command. I guess I could add one. I don't know how easy it would be. But there should be a shout out command now. Let me get Mary Jo's name. Oh no, not that. It goes SO. Hey! And check out Alka too. That's the pruner bot. Yeah, so this is the bot that Alka and I were working on. Basically, we built the back end. We built a front end app where you could create custom commands and their various arguments. And it's interesting because I'm gonna delete these commands. Just a second. I'm gonna hide my screen and pull up the database. Let's see. I think I have Robo3T. Yeah. Let's see. What is the database name? Live poll? No. Chat? No. We used Mongo, right? Pretty sure we used Mongo. I gotta figure out the database name. And I'm hiding my screen because I have a bunch of databases and not all of them are stream worthy. Let's look at our env. Oh, the database name is literally prunebot. Okay, that makes sense. We'll look at collections. We're gonna look at commands, and then I need to delete all the ones that are not good. So there's a command called smile. And actually, just real quick. Okay, I'll show my screen. There's a bunch of like random local databases. Just don't look at the left side of my screen. Actually, I could just do this. Okay. So there's the smile command. I guess I could filter by user ID. Channel ID. What's my channel ID? Prunebot. Collections. Channels. I'm guessing mine is this one because Alka's is way lower than that. Copy value. Yeah, that's mine. Thank you, Alka. So we want to find the commands where the channel ID is my channel ID. Command enter, execute. Okay, so here they are. And I'm guessing these last ones are like those weird ones. So test args. This one we will just delete. No, delete. Yes. Test args. Delete. Oh, is that Mary Jo's channel ID? Or is that mine? Meower. That's the local Meower database. That's the shoutout command. That's the uptime command. Bot source. YouTube. Free code camp. Alka TV. Coding train. Water. This one is just test. Test. Oh. Oh, no worries. Yeah, so this bot is interesting. It's not deployed anywhere, but eventually once we do deploy it, anyone can add it to their channel. And anyone can add custom commands to their channel. What? Kappa. Hello world. That one's fine. Oh, there's a gn command. Cool. All right, that should do it. And if I refresh this, now all those are gone. Awesome. So let's try someone try the uptime command. And let me catch up. Hello world. There it is. Osama is saying, yeah, so Streamlabs responds too. I guess I could disable Streamlabs. All right, let's do that. But also, I need to start reviewing projects because I am very behind. Excuse me. I shouldn't be wasting time. It's not wasting time, but I shouldn't be spending all this time on this other stuff. But just real quick, I'm going to disable the redundant commands from Streamlabs. Commands. Let's see. We'll get rid of the uptime command. Yeah, I'll leave that open. If there are others that are duplicates, let me know. And thanks for the follow, Mary Jo. Osama says, is it okay to use Bootstrap? CSS is really hard for me. I mean, learning the burn stack. It's okay if you're just starting out. But if you really want to call yourself a web developer, a front-end developer, you should be able to write CSS from scratch. But also, Bootstrap, Materialize, Foundation, all of these CSS frameworks, Bulma, there are many more. Sorry if I didn't mention your favorite one. They're really useful, and they speed up development. They're good for prototyping, but if you really want to say you're a web developer, you should know CSS and know how to write it from scratch. That said, it's definitely okay to use. Just let that be known that you should probably work on your CSS. Oh, thank you, Pranjal, and hello. I want to coding pasta here. I'm gonna add the. I've saved your comment. We might do that. I have so many issues to catch up on, and I really need to work on that. But a game where you can, where there'll be a Christmas tree right here, and your drops turn into ornaments, that would be amazing, and I want to do that. So, Bulma, hello Envy, and hello Savanra from Cambodia. Welcome. Santa CJ, yeah. It's not Christmas special, it's just holiday spirit. This is like, it's very interesting. I usually don't have holiday spirit, but I've been listening to that Lo-Fi Christmas a lot. I actually have a Christmas tree in my house. I have lights. I don't know, I'm feeling the Christmas spirit this year. It's roughly supermarket quality audio. That was earlier when I had the thing on. Please do a project with multiple roles. I should eventually. Like, there's the Snap Garden project I was working on a while back, which was like a map project, and that will probably have multiple roles. New machine learning architectures can generate hours of music given a sample. I've thought about making a lo-fi music generator. Now, it wouldn't really use machine learning or anything like that. There would just be like preset beats that it could do, and I could program some different instruments and MIDI tracks. I don't know. Yeah, hello, Andreas. Does anyone have an opinion about educative learning platform? I'm interested because it's text-based, but there are not many reviews. Do you have a name for that? And hello, Gluescap. Welcome. Dinesh says, I found out how to manage a React Redux project. That's good. Good morning, Ran. Welcome. Good morning, Cheyenne. Yeah, I should probably add a commands command. That would be really easy to add. I don't know. I need to focus. I need to focus. I'm gonna get through these comments and then I'm gonna start reviewing projects. Here. So this is my to-do. Review the latest new submissions, review comments and answer questions for anybody that has them, and then start on UI and code reviews. If you've watched before, it took me like 2 hours to do a code review for 2 different projects. And I don't want to do that anymore, so I'm gonna set a timer. I'm gonna hide the chat while I do the review, so that I'm not distracted and I can get more reviews done. Oh yeah, sorry, Alka. Alka did send me a link. Review it. I'm not gonna review it, I'll just show it. I think it looks cool. Yeah, look at that. So Alka made this. Did you make this morning, I guess? This is super cool. These are like, it's like a Twitch purple. That's super cool. Wow. Trippy. It's pretty cool. Here, I'll share it again. Actually, I'll send the link so anybody else can click on it. Oh, click and hold? Oh, it changes the color. Okay. That's super cool. Wait, does it go back to purple if I don't click and hold? Yeah, it goes back to purple, I guess. And if I click and hold, it's pink. Will it be other colors? Okay. Hello, Xavier. Welcome. There's all my my bot commands. Impy says, if you could review my app, you'd only need 5 minutes, including explanation of your thought process, as I barely have... Yeah, I want to, Impy. I absolutely want to, because yours is pretty low on the list, too, in terms of how long ago it was submitted. Which is this one. Yeah. So, there are... Oh, wow. There's so many now. I really want to, and I'm going to try my best to get there. Yep, Robo3T. Yeah, there's also Compass, who I think is by the Mongo team. But yeah, I use Robo3T. This is a 2015 MacBook Pro. And hello, Aladdin. No one has gotten 100 on the leaderboard. We've gotten like a 99.98 before, but nobody's gotten 100. Focus! I got 30 chat messages to get through, and then we're going to do it. Yeah, I mean, I really should... We should have, like, a countdown timer. The first 30 minutes of every stream is just me saying hello, catching up, and then we get into the thing that I was going to do. And we're 27 minutes in, so it's perfect. Hello, Euphorage. I'm doing pretty good. Oh, thank you, Carlos. Translation to Portuguese. That'd be good. Yeah, I don't think I have that on my list, but there are a lot of people in the world that speak Portuguese, so that would be good. And I didn't mention it, but if you look at contributing, that tells you what you need to do. And I have a list of languages that we're looking for, but if the language that you speak is not on here, you are more than welcome to open a pull request. Yeah, so Portuguese would be great. Thank you. Good morning, Alan. Welcome. Today I passed my last exam for the year. Yay! Emotes in the chat for Alan. That's great. Isn't that like a relief? But great work. I think I'll put up my Christmas tree on the 24th in the morning. That's good. Yeah. Someone came through my chimney last night and left unlimited JavaScript knowledge. I now know who it was. I'm the JavaScript Santa. Hello, Joe. Welcome. Yeah. I see. Is Alka using P5.js? I would guess no. Yeah, he has his own Canvas library. Library? Focus! Okay, I'm about to. Isaac is asking, will I do a machine learning project, maybe TensorFlow? I don't have anything planned anytime soon. It would be interesting to explore, but if you do want to learn about TensorFlow, check out Coding Train. That didn't work. I thought there was a pretty sure I have a... Oh, it's the command is Coding Train, not Shiftman. There you go. Check out Coding Train on YouTube. He does a lot of machine learning and TensorFlow stuff. And thanks for the follow, Sarkazim. Welcome. Oh wow, that's unfortunate. Coding in the streets. What's up, cat down the road? Hello, Dinesh. I am older than 12 and younger than 40. That's what I'll say. And hello, Xavier. All right, let's get into it. So I have reviewed these two projects. So I reviewed this one. I I'm just going to go through each issue, see if there's any outstanding, if there's any outstanding, what do you call it, comments or anything like that. And if there are, I'll attempt to reply, and then we're going to come back through and start reviewing the projects. So that one looked good. I did leave feedback on that one. I left feedback here and a code review checklist. We'll take all the feedback and make some fixes. Cool. The issues currently are, yeah, I think that's fine. Or the labels, sorry. All right. IP map visualizer. They didn't post any updates. It still says project started, and that was 13 days ago. I'm going to add that comment again. Any updates to share? And thanks for the follow, Bob the Box. Welcome to the show. Fortnite tracker submission. We'll definitely try to get a review of this one today. Because they requested a review 20 days ago. No, 17 days ago. So we're gonna definitely review that one. Actually, I'll leave it open. That one needs a review. We reviewed my launch. And I think Josh is done with this one. Though, no, I haven't. So we sort of reviewed it, but I haven't formally like made a checklist of things I like and stuff like that. So we'll leave that one open. Yes, I know this coding pasta, but thank you for the reminder. And hello, thanks, Study. Welcome. CJ, gotta catch them all. So this was a project someone submitted that is, they were building a Pokemon team app or something like that. So 16 days ago, no updates for a few days. Have a thing due on Monday. Let's say any new updates. Oh, it's literally called Educative. Okay. I've never heard of it. Explore. This one's from Senjon, who is, he's definitely a mod and a patron and an all-around great guy. I probably need to add a label for project paused or something like that, just so I know that I don't have to look at it again. Pokemon Team Builder, and actually, I'm gonna make a list of things that need review. There's this one, and there's this one. Cool. Live version. I'm at a good point with the project. I've already implemented the basic features. Now I'm concentrating on fixing the bugs. So is it ready for review? Pokemon Team Builder. Get started. Add a team. Create team. CJ's team. Add a Pokemon. Pikachu. Oh, that's cool. You got autocomplete. Pikachu Alola Cap. What? What's that about? Hey, that's pretty cool. It looks somewhat done, so I'm just gonna comment. Not that. There. And this one is deployed, so I'll add the deployed label. Cool. Code better. Oh, this one, so they had, if I remember right, they wanted to use a certain API that does like machine learning to give you tips about coding, but the API was pretty cumbersome to deal with. So they kind of got stalled. All right, we're done with the first page. Now on to the second page. Hello, Brandon. What's up? Oh, this is from Katoli, who's also a mod on the channel. And it's time to hydrate. That wasn't a good drink. I should take a bigger, longer drink of water. Mm. Katoli says my project is really bad. I'm sure it's fine. Are we ready for a review? Katoli, you're in the chat right now. Are you ready for a code review or a UI review, or are you still working on it? Just let me know. I'll keep that open. The next one is advice it. Yeah, so they didn't respond if they wanted a UI or a code review. So, and that was 17 days ago. Say, please let me know. I only need to work on the design and some error handling. Okay, so we can review yours today. I may finish it before you finish the stream. Cool. And the way things have been going, yours is the third project I'm going to review, so you have some time. Country lookup. This one is from Imphy. We know, yeah, they are definitely waiting for a code review. Amiibo Finder. Last update was they finished the homepage. I've started working on implementing the API. Cool. There is Food Scout. Oh, 9 hours ago, they asked for help. Cool. So I was wondering if you can point me in the right direction. I'm stuck on getting product details. All right, let's just add the needs help label. And then we'll come back to this after the reviews. Cool. Wiki word count. Thank you, Mewstadt. How is the umlaut pronounced? Mewstadt? Welcome. Thank you. Marchan couldn't get started yet. Sometime over the next 2 weeks. I hope that is not too late. Smiley face. What's up, Ozma? Welcome to the stream. All right, where were we? We just looked at wiki word count from Merit Chan, and now we'll look at Memino. Oh, this one's from Mahidra, also known as Jake, also known as Pikachu. This was like a movie app. I think they are ready for a review. Project completed, deployed, waiting for feedback. Cool. And did I add that label? Yeah, waiting for feedback and code review. Cool. Explore Mars project submission. They also are waiting for a code review. You pronounced the U correctly in German, but their name doesn't sound German. It's probably still correct, though. Oh, okay. I guess that's true. Yeah, and there are umlauts in other languages, too. Okay, this one's waiting for a review as well. Hello, Abdelhamid. Welcome. It's Out of This World. Life has gotten in the way. Which do you like better, Twitch or YouTube? I don't know. Twitch has very low latency, which is cool. And their chat API is much easier to work with for like building custom integrations. Thanks to TMI.js maintained by Alka in the chat. Do we have an Alka command? Oh, there's that. Cool. So yeah, Twitch's API is really cool. They have lower latency. So yeah, YouTube. What I like about YouTube is content discovery. So Twitch is all about live streaming. YouTube is like kind of live streaming. And when I'm live streaming, because of all the videos on my channel and because of the types of people that watch my videos, YouTube suggests my live stream to people that wouldn't otherwise watch a live stream. So people that usually are watching like coding tutorials on YouTube and stuff like that. So that's one thing I like about YouTube is I get a lot of just organic people coming into the stream. Whereas Twitch is like people are very focused on live streaming. It's less about like content that a lot of people would watch over and over again. So there's good things about both. In terms of live streaming, probably Twitch. Twitch has much better facilities for that. And hello, Splart. Welcome. Thank you, Artur. I answered this earlier, Osama, but basically, rewind the stream. So you're watching on YouTube, just go back. Rewind the stream. I answered this question. You don't have to ask it multiple times. Almost perfectly pronounced. Okay. Just a little less emphasis on the Y. Oh, you live in Germany. That's cool. Thank you, Francisco, and hello. Okay. Where were we? And I do apologize for my air conditioner. It's cold here. It's like 0 or 1 degree Celsius, so I have my heater on. Let's comment that and keep on moving. It's true, Infi. Yeah. So Twitch does have recommendations, but there are a ton of YouTube channels that are focused on like tutorials and coding, whereas on Twitch there are live streamers, but it's not really the same content that's on YouTube with like edited content. I don't know. I feel like I'm like a middle ground. A lot of my streams lately are very just live and kind of just, I mean, and that's mostly what I do, but I used to do a lot of tutorials, almost like my channel is like a live classroom, and I don't like to edit videos. I don't know. I'm in a weird middle ground. No worries, Osama, and hopefully you can find the timestamp. If you can't, find the timestamp in 10 minutes, ask again, and I'll answer it again. All right, we're on to this one, text-to-speech. Oh yeah, so I think we're running into issues with the Watson API. Focus, thank you, Tejas. Tejas is the focus bot. Let's see if, yeah, I think the Watson API is going to take me longer to understand than the allotted time frame. Not to say I'm giving up on it. I decided to make another entry with a more straightforward API for a possible review. Okay. To see how well my code cuts the mustard. I've never heard of that term before, cuts the mustard. Good morning, Gene. Welcome. Cool. I'm gonna add a label for just like paused, because that's kind of what's going on here for this project. A focus spot, maybe? It's okay. It's nice to go off on tangents because we answer questions, we talk about things we wouldn't have talked about, and it's live. This is a live show. So if I were to just do the thing I said I was going to do, then I might as well not be live, you know. What color should it be? I like that color. Red. Red is for patrons, just because like that's the red color. I don't know. Okay, so we have that, and then we're gonna add. Does it automatically get listed, or do I need to refresh the page? And thanks for the follow, Hogan Long. Welcome to the stream. Uncertainty is fun, yeah. So it makes it interesting. All right, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Deck Builder. This one was pretty cool. Helpful. Oh, yeah, and shout out to I Am Pika, also known as Mahidra, who's been answering a lot of these, or at least replying on a lot of the issues to help people out. Okay. The project is now deployed here. Let's add the project deployed label. Yu-Gi-Oh! Deck Builder. Words, start building. Hey, they use the loading GIF that I recommended. Whoa, look at those animations! I know nothing about Yu-Gi-Oh!, but let's add some cards to the deck. Oh, they have infinite scrolling that loads like new cards. I see. So as I add cards to the deck, you can see up in the top here, the amount is incrementing. And if I go to my deck, I get to see all my cards. And why are those upside down? Oh, because they haven't been filled yet. Interesting. So the project looks almost done. So I'm gonna ask. Looks good, not good. Is it good? Good. Comment. And thanks for the follow, Pedro Victor Tech. Welcome. The logo is asking, I was wondering how much PHP you have done and what for. PHP is the first programming language I ever coded in. I didn't do it much or for long, so there's that. And then currently on a project I'm on at work, a piece of it is WordPress, so I'm having to do a little bit of PHP. So I would say minimal exposure to PHP, as much PHP as needed to do like basic WordPress custom theme development and maintenance. I've never really built APIs like I do with node.js or anything like that, so very minimal. I'll say that. And good morning, GamerCat Neko, or Nico. Is it Nico or Neko? I have a cousin named Nico. They don't spell it like that, though. I don't. And Pedro Victor Tech says, enjoying the stream. That's great to hear. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, I don't have, I don't have any monetization enabled on Twitch, mainly because on Twitch, if you become an affiliate, both is fine. Okay. I like Nico. Is Nico cat in some language? I don't know, but on Twitch, if you enable, if you become an affiliate, you are not allowed to stream on 2 different services. And I started streaming on YouTube before I streamed on Twitch, so I don't want to abandon all my YouTube users by only streaming on Twitch. So I have not enabled it. So yeah. No monetization. Though, if you do want to support me, you can support me on Patreon. Patreon.com/codinggardenwithcj. And I have a special tier just for you. It's called the Wallflower. It's $2.55 a month. And that's about how much money people get from the $4.99 subscription on Twitch. So, oh, Nico is cat in Japanese. That's good. Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, my cousin's name is Nico, spelled like that. Cool. So yeah, if you want to support me, you don't have to, but Patreon is one way to do it. And let's just go ahead and thank all our patrons. Coding Garden is brought to you by viewers like you. Here's all their wonderful names and all the people that have been supporting me throughout the years. Like, it's almost 2 years. So shout out to everyone. And I need to take a drink of water because I keep missing the notification. Alka, I think you have to change it in the um, sorry, on Patreon you have to change your name itself, because I do have some patrons that when they initially pledged they had their real name on there, but they've changed it. Like Bob changed his to be Bob's Paradox, so I think you just have to change your actual display name on Patreon. Um, and I'm not storing these in a database, so every time the server restarts, it'll get the latest info from the Patreon API. Yeah, there's Alka right there, right, right there. Awesome. Thank you everyone for supporting me. And that was basically an ad break. So let's keep on going. So this project is called My Show. So I think they're doing like TV shows. And Alka probably just updated their pledge, and I got a notification. That's super interesting. um, so weird, yeah. But if let's just show this again. But now, so I have the webhooks set up so that if it receives either an update, if it receives an update and it has the same user ID, it'll update your name on there. But thank you, Alka. Thanks for updating your name. I didn't exactly skip you, Anthony, but I'm not answering all questions in the chat, mainly because I'm working on other things. Probably either Monday or next Friday, I'll do a Q&A stream and I'll answer all the questions I can in the chat. But let's see what Anthony said. Any resource to front-end role based off? Maybe React. Do you have a stream video with such? Been reaching with no luck. No, I haven't really done any streams on role based off. The idea with doing it from the front end, though, is you're really just protecting your routes. So you have like a before route enter function, and you can look at the roles of the user that are in their token or their user information, and then decide based on that. So yeah. Oh, it didn't update. It should have updated. I'm sorry. That's unfortunate. Oh well. It's worth a shot. If I no, I can't it'll update by tomorrow. And thanks for the follow, Retinue Leet. Welcome. Oh, that's a good call. Mahidra learned Docker and Travis from CS50. And Circle CI from Coding Train. So CS50 is a really cool thing. Is it from MIT? Yeah, so they have a Twitch channel where they, I think they'll stream pre-recorded lessons. No, wait, that's not it. It's CS50 TV, I think. Yeah, CS50 TV. So that's pretty cool. Check it out. Is it Stanford? Harvard. We were all wrong. But yeah, they have like a free online curriculum, so that's pretty cool. Cool. What do I think of C++? It's cool. It's very low level. I work in JavaScript, which is a very high level language. But if you're doing low level stuff, C++ is probably the way to go. I don't know. I mean, there's also other lower level languages. I don't know enough about it to say what I think about it. Sorry. Yeah. Oh, I'm casual gameplay with the $30 donation. Emotes in the chat. Thank you so much, Casual Gameplay. Casual Gameplay always with the huge donations. Much appreciated. Not required, but extremely appreciated. Thank you, Casual Gameplay. Oh yeah, Imphy says you're on a Mac, but the Patreon view has Windows emojis. So I'm coding on a Mac, but my streaming computer is actually Windows. So that's the view, the web view inside of OBS, which shows the emojis. Yep, you got it. All my streams are Q&A. It's true. Yeah, casual gameplay. Hello, Growly. Welcome. Any opinions on Django? I haven't really used it. I know that Django is more of a full-featured framework in that I think like by default things are server-side rendered and stuff like that. If I had to choose a Python framework, I would probably choose Flask because it's much more similar to Express, which is what I use in node.js. In that it's a micro framework, it's really just for building APIs. But yeah, I'm sorry, Zintro. Casual gameplay, always, always, always. Okay, I digress. We got to keep moving. Okay, 8 days ago, they say I was almost done with the project. I just have to add some stuff and fix some bugs. Busy with my final exams. Here are the screenshots from my current version of the app. Looks cool. Six says it's all about jQuery these days. It's not. That was a joke for anybody watching. Emojis in the chat. Nice. All right, so this project is search a movie API based on user input. Okay. Everything is working now. Should be good for a review. That's good to know. Let's add the labels. Actually, is it deployed anywhere? Yeah, it's deployed on Heroku, so that's good. Project deployed. Waiting for code review, waiting for feedback. Let's go. There's the Daylight project submission. Code ready for code review. All right. I'm not going to get to all of these today, but I want to get to at least half of them that are still waiting on a code review and a UI review. And so, like, we're roughly hour into the stream. I think that's okay because we spent the first hour saying hello to everyone, figuring out which projects we're going to review, and then we'll spend the next hour actually reviewing at least half of these projects. Oh, Twitch forces low latency on mobile. That's unfortunate. Yeah. Sacred Gamin, hello, says, thoughts on straightforward federated auth setup for a fully decoupled CMS using React and Redux? No, I've never done anything like that. So federated means it would work with potentially multiple services. And I've never really done anything like that. I do decoupled applications where like the API server is totally separate from the front end, but that API server handles the auth. I've never really done it separately. How REPLs run code in Docker containers? If I want to build a REPL as a project, then how would I implement this feature? You would need a backend that's able to spin up containers on demand. And once it spins up those containers, you somehow need to feed it the code that it needs to execute and then get back its result. It's a pretty interesting problem to solve, but that's what things like Code Wars are doing behind the scenes. I am only partially familiar with, yes, I'll say I'm familiar enough with React Native and Expo CLI. I've worked on a lot of React Native projects that are older that haven't been upgraded to the Expo CLI, but I've worked on like 1.5, I'll say that use the Expo CLI. Okay, what did we just click on? The Daylight project submission? I think we're here. Yeah, I just added labels. All right, let's refresh. Get those labels showing up here. All right, the secret Pokemon project. This one's from Shiny Coffin. Sorry for the delay. Here's a screenshot with my secret Pokemon. That's pretty sweet. Cool. C137 browser. I believe this one's ready for a review. This is we looked at it before. It's really slick, but it displays characters from the Rick and Morty universe. I would appreciate a UI review. Okay. Waiting for feedback. Focus! Focus! Oh, this one's interesting, the Letterbox one. So, I had never heard of Letterbox before, but it's actually a really cool website. It's like Goodreads, but for movies. So there are user-submitted lists of collections of movies with various themes. So if we look at, like, most popular this month, we can see the different types of lists, like no budget, no limits, inspiration for amateur production, the AV Club's 100 best movies of the 2010s, anxiety-induced cinema. This one is just gosh darn hilarious. I found it last night. Christmas movie posters with white heterosexual couples wearing red and green. If you look at this, it's just a collection of movies where the movie poster is literally a white couple wearing red and green. But any one of the movies you can click on and you get more movie details, but they're really cool lists, like top 250 narrative feature films, highest rated horror films, like lots of cool user submitted lists. And similar to something like IMDb, you can just go in and click on a movie to get more details about it. But users can comment and stuff like that. So it's a really cool site, and they have an API, but what the API doesn't say is that it's currently in beta. So like the API has the description of all of the endpoints, but nowhere do they describe how do you actually get an API key or get like a secret or a client ID or anything like that. And it turns out, like, if you look on their website, you have to actually email them. So if you go here, it says send us an email and we'll think about granting you beta access. So they have an API, but it's not totally open, and that's unfortunate. So initially this person thought that because they saw this documentation, they thought they were going to be able to use the API, but they're not. So they needed help with that, and I built a like a very basic scraper of their site and turned it into an API. Yeah, that's you. Lahidra. I am Pika. Yeah, so basically, I'm scraping their website, and I have a few endpoints. So, like, you can get a list of all the lists, and then you can go into a particular list, and I'm scraping the data paginated, so you can get the first page of a movie of lists that are popular this month. Let's find that funny Christmas one. Yeah, Christmas movie posters with it's so funny. So I built a basic scraper that they could use for their app, and I just scraped the list, and I asked, like, and the main reason I built this scraper, like, I'm not just out here building APIs for anybody that want them, but this API, this website is really cool, and I'm gonna use it for my own projects, which is why I built this API, this scraping API. I don't know if I'm gonna build this on stream. Mainly because of the implications of scraping a website. But I am going to be doing this on the side. And Teos is asking, what's the extension to view the JSON? It's called JSON Viewer. Yeah, the icon looks like this if you look on the Chrome store. And you can set your color theme too. Cool. So I'm just gonna label this as needs help, but that API is for another time. Let's keep moving. Put this over here. This project submission is from Ed, who is a patron. I'm just gonna share this submission really quick because they've done a great job of documenting their process and creating like user flows. Basically, they really thought about their application before they started building it. So definitely check out this issue and like see the stuff that they've created. But let's see if they're ready for a review. Yeah, and they've been doing progress updates. It's great. Ed, you're great. Let's see. Wow, this is really cool. So what this does is you can choose a country, like let's choose United States, and you can see for any given day of the month, what are the official names for that day. So every day in every country has like an international name day. So like today is the 14th. So the names in the US are Boyd, Boyden, Beard, and Horace. So that's pretty sweet. But you can click on a month, and it will load all of the specific names for that day for this country for that month. Yeah, so that's pretty sweet. It looks somewhat finished. They might still be working on it. Let's say. But yeah, it's really sweet. I keep forget to adding the deployed label, but that one is deployed, so add that. Let's keep going. Fast Stats MBA. Yep, so they started. Let's say any updates to share. Barman app. How to iterate through the ingredients. They got the data. Yeah, Mahidra was helping him out. Yeah. Hey, Ed. This is the project we just looked at. I've not done anything, but it's pretty much finished. I don't think I will continue much on it, so I would probably say it's ready for review. Okay, that's good to know. I'll add it. International Name Day. It looks great, by the way. I'll give you more detailed UI feedback, but it does look great. There we go. Countries project submission. And they did deploy it, so I'll add the deployed link. Jiffland. Oh, they need help. Let's see. Yeah, so they submitted this, but they didn't use the issue template. And I didn't see a project description breakdown. Yeah, so really they should link to this as well. And if you look at the commit history, yeah, 2 days ago. Okay, so they're still working on it. That was pretty recent. Alright, so these are new project submissions. We just need to really look at them, read the description, and then let them know they can get started. So, let's see. This is a project from Submicron, also known as Rob. A simple website, random image viewer for the different Mars rovers. So here it is. It's going to be contacting the NASA image API. Let's look at their description. Project template. Here it is. What is your motivation to learn more about JavaScript? How will users interact with your website? They will be presented with a 5-day forecast with options to pick a particular date to get the weather for so they can plan for their trip to Mars. So they're going to use this API and potentially weather. They're going to use a CSS framework. Yeah, I mean, it mainly looks good to me. One of the requirements of the project is that it has a landing page, and they haven't really described that here. I'm not going to nitpick it, though. I'm just going to say it looks good to me. Go for it. Project started. And it was 9 days ago. Comment. Pilesar says, is Code Wars a good way to learn JavaScript? It's a good way to learn problem solving with JavaScript. On the Code Wars website, you can filter by language features. You can start on the easy 8Q problems. So it is one way to learn JavaScript. I would say it shouldn't be the only way that you learn JavaScript because things like Code Wars are coding problems like in a vacuum. It's like one specific problem that you're solving. And in the real world, like when you're building applications, it's not the same. It's not the same kind of problems that you're solving. But really, by working on Code Wars, you recognize patterns and you learn about certain problems where later on, out of context, when you're building apps, you might recognize that you've seen that problem before. But yeah. Oh yeah, well, and Infi says, if I review the project, will someone mention the timestamp? Yeah, we got you, Infi. Skin is asking, what do you guys use as project management tools? I find myself jumping around between Trello boards, Drive, Docs, and GitHub. Is there a good all-in-one thing? It varies. I like Trello. GitHub Projects is cool because it's integrated with issues, but it doesn't have a lot of the features of Trello. And you can add power-ups to Trello, which give you similar GitHub integrations. So there's that. Hello, Lysar. And see you later, Lakshan. Thanks for tuning in. And see you later, Impy. Hello, Mattia. Hello, Jan. Woohoo, says Tony. And thanks for the follow, Xiv Lai. Welcome. Spart is trying to learn Redux. Is there anything without the boilerplate? I mean, sort of. So, by default, Redux is very cumbersome in that you have to, and typically how they show it in a lot of tutorials is you have a separate file for actions, you have a separate file for action creators, you have a separate file for all your reducers. And I found this a while back. It's called Redux Reducer Bundles, and this is how I've been building my application. There's still a little bit of boilerplate, but one thing I like about it is they put all the things related to that one reducer in the same file. So all of your action types are in the same file, your reducer is in the same file, your action creators are in the same file, all of your thunks or sagas or anything doing async stuff is in the same file. So basically, instead of having a bunch of different files, you have one file that describes that specific reducer. And ultimately, and especially in larger applications, you actually have multiple reducers, and each of those reducers would be in their own separate file. So this is something to look into. Just the nature of Redux is that there is a ton of boilerplate. It's kind of hard to get around, but that might help. Is the Expo notification service free of charge since they are somehow serving the backend for sending push notifications? I'm not familiar with that. I don't know. Yeah. Mattia loves Notion. I think that's a project management thing. Lakshan says, why not Google? For project management? I haven't used anything on Google. Oh, cool. Ashok, which JavaScript course are you mentioning? Is it like the newbie Tuesdays or Noob Quest? Yeah, but let me know. Okay, we have, I think, 2 more submissions to look at. Then I'm going to take a break. And then we'll come back and we'll start reviewing these projects. Yeah. And hello, Derek. But Derek says, read Code Wars. I don't think I've encountered a problem yet professionally where I've had to determine if all opening braces, brackets, parentheses are closed with brackets ignored. Yeah, so there's a Code Wars problem for validating if the number of braces are valid. And in the real world, and especially in web development, you probably don't have to do that. It is useful. Like if you're building a language parser, that might be something that you have to do. So there's that, but yeah. Oh no, I'm asking why am I using DuckDuckGo? DuckDuckyGo. Because they don't track you. So I like DuckDuckGo. I do use Google. I use Google services, but I try to use DuckDuckGo. They're a smaller company. And they have really cool features, but yeah, I prefer DuckDuckGo. But like I said, I still use Google every now and then. All right. We're here. Pobroflix. It's like Netflix, but you can't even watch trailers because you're so poor. The only thing you could do is search for movies, so that's cool. So this comes from Splart, who I think is in the chat, and they are Diego. So let's look at their project description. Yeah, and they started 8 days ago, so they might be finished already. Let me, if Splart, if you are watching, let me know in the chat if you're still working on it. Yeah. Hello, 0x86. This is the keyboard I'm using. And somehow the API couldn't get your user image. That's super interesting. Well, this looks cool. It looks like Netflix. A simple web app that uses the movie DB to search for movies. This website is in Spanish. Okay, let's check it out. Bienvenido a Pobreflix. Oh, that was a cool animation. El mejor lugar para encontrar películas sin poder mirarlas. Ingresar. That's so it looks like Netflix. Okay, so I'm gonna add a comment. To see if they're ready for a review. But that looks cool. Initial impression is that looks cool. Wait, I think I copied nope, I didn't. Cool. So I'm just gonna say project started because the description was great. Looks good to me. So yeah, project started. And then we have one more issue to look at. Then I'm gonna take a break. We'll come back and we'll review as many projects as we can. Let's see. Tombstone, also known as Mr. Cananello Maxwell, is going to be working on a personal portfolio. This is my personal website. I use it to communicate my work with potential employers. In the website, I have a little story about myself, contact information, applications I have to build, etc. Don't know if I need an API for a portfolio, but I'm open to ideas. So the main thing with this particular project, oh, there's Splart. Yeah. Okay, cool. I'll make sure to put yours in the list. I probably won't get to it today because I have all of these other projects to review today, but it's going to be on my radar. But Cananello. So this particular project has a description of the goals for the project, what you need to build, and then essentially the requirements are that you have to contact a third-party API. So there aren't really any project portfolio submissions in here. Yeah, you can't share links in YouTube. You can on Twitch, though. But yeah, so I would say we can look at the GitHub repo. Yeah, so it looks like they submitted it, but it isn't really related to the front-end project. specifically related to the project described in the README. You can see example projects, project ideas there, comma, and let's link them to YouTube as well. Because there is a 13-minute video where I describe what it is, and you can see example project ideas there, and a list of requirements/goals for the project. You can see a video overview of the project here. The main idea for this is to create projects that you could list in your portfolio. So I don't think a portfolio site itself is a good project for this. Smiley face. Closing this issue. Feel free to open a new one if you have a project idea. There we go. All right, we've done it. It took us an hour, but we got through all of the existing submissions. Oh, and Splart, who is... Oh, no. This one. Diego. They want a code review, so we'll add them to the list. And then I'm going to take a quick break. Probably be like a 10-minute break. I'm gonna get a quick breakfast, and then we'll come back and review the projects. We'll say project deployed, waiting for code review, waiting for feedback. Here we go. Awesome. So we've done it. There are 33 issues. That's a lot of little seedlings. And these are all the ones that need a review, and there's one that needs help. Okay. Like I said, I'm gonna take a break. Let me see if there's anything I can answer before I go. Oh yeah, links don't work. But I think you might have mentioned it on Discord. I don't know. Lakshan says, can you do some self-help videos for programmers like motivation? Maybe. I don't know if I'm the most motivating person though. And I procrastinate a lot. I'm not an ideal person. I'll say that. And it's really not the kind of content I do. I don't know. I'll think about it. See you later, Alka. Get some good rest and stay warm. Get a blanket. Get a space heater. Everyone say bye to Alka. Cool. All right, so I'm going to take a break. Let me see if I missed any follows. Said hello to Bob. Yeah, I said hello to all those follows. Thanks, everyone. And did I miss any greetings? Hello, Raphael, if I didn't say hello. I think I said hello to all these people. Hello, Palsar. And hello, Ashok. Cool. All right, I'm going to take a 10-minute break. When I come back, I am going to review these projects. And it's going to be a good time. So, here's what we'll do. The drop game is enabled. So, if you're new to the stream, you can do... I mean, even if you're not new to the stream, but for those of you that don't know how the drop game works, you can do drop me, and it'll drop your avatar in the chat. And you just saw, if they hit each other, they bounce off of each other. And if you land right here, you'll potentially make it onto the leaderboard. The top 5 scorers make it on the leaderboard. The one in the center, oh, I almost landed right in the middle, got bumped by Imlad Joe. Unfortunate. Cool, but like I said, I'm going to take a 10-minute break. When I come back, we will review things. Let's show a warm fire while I'm gone. Is that as big as it gets? Okay. Well, we're going to show that there. And while I'm gone, also, I will show all of my patrons. So, Coding Garden is brought to you by viewers like you. All of these wonderful people support me. You can support me as well. If you go to coding.garden/support, there's a link to Patreon where you can pledge if you would like to. So, I'm going to take a 10-minute break. I'll be back soon. Play the drop game. Be nice to each other. See you soon. Hello, friends. I'm back. Got a little bit of breakfast in me. I'm ready to do some reviews. Yeah. We'll let all the patrons finish. Shout out to all my patrons. Thank you very much. And shout out to Casual Gameplay, who did a $30 donation this morning. Much appreciated. Ashwin says, I was going through some of your first videos. Your voice is as merry as ever. That's good. And hello, Valentin. No, I was taking a break. I've been live for... What? I guess an hour and 40 minutes. Oh, and that's still there. Actually, we can keep that somewhere, right? Let's put that... Oh, look at that! That's pretty good. I'll make it a little smaller. No, we'll make it like that. I just don't want it to be in the way. I don't know. It's not that great, but I've been live for an hour and 40 minutes. Yep. Yep, and I've been streaming for a while. Let's see when my first live stream was. Yeah, the Coding Garden kickoff. This was February 19th, 2018. That's me. All right, I'm going to close this thing. Go away. So yeah. February this year would have been 1 year. March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. 10 months. Like that's a year and 10 months. That's a long time. Tejas is saying, what's your favorite keyboard among the two? I probably like the one I'm using. So the one that shows up whenever you do exclamation mark keyboard, that's the one that I like the most. If you do exclamation mark gear, that is all of the stuff I use to stream. And both of my keyboards are listed there. So yes, thank you, Glooscap. So this one is the one that shows up when you do exclamation mark keyboard, and it's the one I'm using right now. This is the one I use in my office upstairs. I like this one better. This one. Mainly because this one has like a weird sound. There's like an echo, like there's a reverberation, like an echo whenever you hit the keys. They're both mechanical keyboards. But that one just has like a weird little bit of vibration that happens, whereas this one doesn't. They both work really well, and they're about the same price. So, all right. So what we've done so far is we've gone through all of the issues. Let's see. Yeah, we've gone through all the issues, and now we're gonna start doing some reviews. So we made notes of all the projects that needs reviews. It's a lot of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So we're going to start reviewing, and I'm going to set some timers. So we're going to do 7 minutes for the UI review and 10 minutes for the code review. If I did that for each of these, that would take like over 2 hours. So we're probably going to get to about half of them, but we're going to do our best. And we have some checklists that we can use. So we have the code review checklist, and we have the UI review checklist that we'll be using. So the first one we're going to review, not that, I'm going to go to issues, and we want issue number 4. Which is the Fortnite tracker submission. Cool. So that's the one we're going to review. And we'll start with a UI review. And let's go. So I'm going to set a timer. We're going to do 7 minutes. I'm going to do 8 minutes because I need to like get the project open and everything like that. And let's make sure we can hear the bell when it goes off. And it's deployed here. Cool. And actually, I'm gonna pause the timer. Let me pull down their code. Actually, I think I have their code down locally. Let's go into project reviews. This one's from proxin. Yeah, so I did pull it down. You know what? I was trying to do something interesting where I I can actually do the code review on GitHub, but even though it's not a pull request, but that didn't pan out. So I'm gonna reclone this repo and just start from there. And thanks for the follow, Goldie Dev. Welcome. And hello, John D. Welcome. Cool. So let's create our UI review file. We're going to copy our template, which is this. We don't have much there, but it's just some things to look for. And let's go. So this is their website. It's a website where you can enter a username and you'll see the stats for that specific Fortnite user. Now, initial impression, I really like the landing page. I like the font choice here. I really like the hover effects on the title there. That's pretty cool. Let's just add like things I like. And we'll add the checklist bullet point. Hover effect on title in navbar. That's cool. We can go to shop. What does that do? Oh, this is like the stuff in the Fortnite store. That's pretty sweet. If we go home, that's cool. Overall, it looks so far that the font choices are pretty consistent, and they have a different. It might actually have a different title font than a body font, so that's cool. Looks like you can look at popular. Let's look at Ninja. Look at their stats. I like the loading spinner. Cool. And so that brings up the user stats. This looks really sweet. Let's get to our checklist. So font choices are definitely consistent. Body font is good for reading. Now, I think, yeah, I'm at 100%. This is a little bit too small for me. Like, I really could only see these if I actually like zoom in. And I think if I zoom in far enough, yeah, they do have breakpoints set up. So that, and to me, like this would be a good size font. Because otherwise it's like very small, and it is a lot of data that you're showing. So I'm just gonna have like yeah, so the body font is definitely good for reading, but a point of improvement is the stats font is a bit too small for me to read. I have to zoom in to be able to read it. So there's a little bit of feedback there. If we go back to the home page, I do like that when you click into the search box, you're presented with like recent searches, popular favorites. So I'm going to add that here. I like the suggestions provided when clicking in the search box. Yeah, so that's cool. If we look at the source of the page, they do have this meta viewport set. So if we look at it in mobile view, let's do this. Mobile view, we're gonna go, let's go like iPhone 5, so like a really tiny screen. Yeah, it's a little, the width is a little bit off on an iPhone 5, but if we look at iPhone X, which is what a lot of people use, so we'll go with that. And if we type like Ninja and hit enter, let's go like 150%. Take some drink of water. Yeah, and Jan says, that looks sweet, well done. It looks very sweet. And actually, I mean, if we view this at 100%, this is what you're gonna get on mobile. And to me, like the font is still just a little bit too small. But I do think we have a checkbox for response to window size. Yeah, page responds nicely to different screen sizes. Images resize accordingly. Images maintain aspect ratio. So if we do something like this, it's nice and adaptive. It adapts to the screen size and changes column width, so that's cool. The images don't look weird, and the columns do break, so that's awesome. Loading indicators are shown when there's background processing. We saw that. So whenever we... hey, Shiny Coffin. Yeah, I do plan to respond to yours. It's on the list. But right now I'm going to do some reviews. So, yeah, if we search for a user, I don't know. Is there a WC3CJ on there? I think I've played Fortnite before. Yeah. I have 2 total kills. I don't know if this... I think this is me. Though I don't know what that image is from. Have I really played 79 matches? This might not be me. Either way, I'm not good at Fortnite, but let's see some other users like Courage. So that loading spinner is super sweet. It's there until the data loads. I think it looks great overall. Elements in a list fade out when leaving and fading when appearing. They don't, but it's not necessary. I'm going to add under things I like. I'm just going to say overall design is clean. And color palette, I gotta figure out how to spell that, is great. How do you spell palette? P1L. And I also like that full screen background image. Because this is like a view of like one of the places you might be in the Fortnite game. So that's cool. I like the addition of the shop too. I think they added this on later. But we can see items that are for sale, featured items. It just looks really slick. Yeah. It's great. Gluescap says, I feel like a lot of web pages use small text or unutilized space in general, and I have to zoom in on almost every website. Yeah. So that's my UI review. Like, I think it's great. It would be like nice to have to maybe sort, or maybe you have toggles to only show the stats that you want to see. But overall, the UI looks good to me. We're going to end the UI review there. Great work. So let's add this as a comment. And let's do a code review. So we're going to grab our code review checklist. We'll create a new file, which is code review. We'll set a timer for 10 minutes. And we'll get started. So let's look at it. So first, does the README include instructions for running the project locally? If we look at the README, there we go. It says an application where users can look at their Fortnite stats. There's a link to it. They tell us how to install it and run it. So an interesting thing that they did, which was a stretch feature, you don't have to do this, was they actually, I believe, implemented, Webpack with Babel. And I think they're using Sass as well. So if I did want to run this locally, which I think I'll try to do really quick. Let's see if we can. Let's install dependencies. There's a ton of them. One vulnerability, that's okay. And then is there a start script? Yeah, npm start. Cool, so I can run it locally, that's awesome. README looks good. So the one thing about a README is, especially if this is like a portfolio project, you want people to be able to, well, for one, to know what this project even is, so it's good that they have a description here, and the fact that they have instructions on how to get it set up locally if you want to do that, because it's just a courtesy to other developers that come along to for you to have these instructions here. So that looks great. All right, let's move into the HTML. We're going to look at the index.html, and I think they actually kind of set this up as like a single page web app. Like there's the index.html, got our JavaScript files, JavaScript. Yeah, we're gonna review the actual JavaScript in a second. But yeah, they have models. That's great. That's great. It's great. But there's only one HTML file, so let's take a look. From our review checklist, so does it have consistent indentation? Yes, it does. So we can see that looks good to me. So indentation is great. They do have that meta viewport tag, so the stuff or the content zooms in when you're on mobile, so that looks good. Links and fonts are in the head of the document. I guess those actually get injected by Webpack, so let's take a look at the generated source code. Yeah, so it's not exactly as applicable here because Webpack generates this bundle, and this bundle is the thing that brings in all of the CSS and everything else. So that's completely and totally fine because they are using like Webpack and Babel and Sass and stuff like that as well. So I'll just say using Webpack not applicable. Cool. JavaScript files are linked at the bottom of the page or at the top with a defer attribute. Yes, they are. So if you're not familiar with Webpack, basically what happens is all of the code and all of the source code that we saw in the folder there, all of that gets basically concatenated together into one single file, and we can see that it's here at the bottom of the body. So that's good to go. Uses semantic tags where available. So we have the header tag, we have the nav tag, there's a section, and that looks good to me. So the interesting thing about this is they're kind of doing a single page application style thing. So if we look at views, like the base view, when we're generating HTML, are we also using semantic tags? So there's like some SVGs. There's the search view, div, overview card. Could have maybe used a section here, but I think overall it's fine. Yeah, I think in general it's a good basic use of semantic tags. Title and header links back to the home page. Let's see. So if we're on the app and we click here, well, let's say we go into a search for like Ninja. And we click here, it goes back to the home page. Very good. So let's mark a checkbox there. No extra elements, only includes the necessary elements to make things work. It appears that way to me. So if we just look at the index.html, it's really only the stuff that's needed. So you have your header, your top level elements. You have all these elements as well. And Ed says, how did I get number 2 in the drop leaderboard? You did. Maybe you weren't paying attention, but you have right here a 99.27. Great work. So yeah, that looks good to me. Let's move on to the JavaScript. Let's see how much time we have. Yeah, we have about 5 minutes, so that's good. Or is it? I don't know. It's not that much time. I lost my VS Code. Cool. All right. So let's just start looking at the JavaScript files. Initially, we're just going to do a pass through to look for consistent semicolon usage, consistent quote usage, consistent indentation. So we'll start at app, which is the entry point. It looks like they are using semicolons. So we want to make sure that they're using semicolons everywhere. Again, like if you don't want to use semicolons, that's fine. You just want to be consistent about it. So semicolons look great. There they are. In terms of quotes, they've decided to use single quotes, so we just want to make sure that they're consistent as well. Let's just do a search for double quotes. We don't see any. That's great. And in terms of indentation, it looks good to me. So the thing you want to look for is like when you create a new function, the code inside of the function should be indented once, so that's great. The code inside of if statements or for loops or while loops, any kind of block, that's indented one as well. So yeah, that looks good to me. Looks great. Let's see, are they using ESLint? They do have a prettier file. single quotes, true. Yeah, I don't see an ESLint file, though. That's fine. If we look at config, looks good. Helpers, yeah. Overall, nice, clean, consistent indentation, consistent usage of semicolons and spacing, all that good stuff. Yeah, it looks great. Reasonable max line length, we'll look through that as we're going through the code. Variable and function names are clear and concise. We'll look for that as well. Variable and function naming is consistent. We'll look for that. Strings are in a variable, so they have this config file, which is really nice. So all of the reusable things, like their proxy, their URL, their key, all that good stuff, are in variables that they can reuse. So that's awesome. Looks like they have helper functions here. Yeah, it definitely looks like they're reusing a lot of stuff, so that's good. Let's just start at the beginning in app.js and follow the app. Let's see what happens. So we're bringing in all of our dependencies here, including our Sass files, which get automatically built into CSS and all that good stuff with Webpack. We're bringing in our models and our views. So it looks like they've structured it in kind of like an MVC style. Let's see. Global state of the app, the search object, the favorite object, the shop item. So that's pretty cool. So state is there. Control search. This is like the main feature when you're typing the user's name. And I'm guessing whenever you hit enter, it's going to call this function and pass in what their search term was. So they create a search object. That's pretty cool. They clear the main search view. And let's see what this render loader is. So render loader, is the loading bar. That's cool. So it has like this SVG that does the spinning on it, and then they inserted it after the beginning of the parent. And so if we go back to app, they're going to render that loading spinner on the body. So that's pretty cool. Then we're going to get the stats. If there's an error, we're going to show the error message. Let's, we haven't really detected or seen error states. What happens if I do something like that? Player has not been found. Please check your player name and search again. Beautiful. So they're handling errors. Otherwise, they clear the loader and then render the stats. So this is super interesting how they've structured this because they have this search view. So let's look at search view. And search view itself basically just exports a bunch of different functions that are for managing the view itself. So render overview stats, render stat field, create overview card. These are all reusable functions that are exported so that they can be used to build up this search view. So that's great. Let's also look at the search model. So the search model takes in the name of the user, it holds on to the data and holds on to the error. And then it has this get stats function. So this is super cool because this basically, they create an instance of search that holds on to the data from the API and also holds on to any error that happened for that specific API request. So that's pretty sweet. Let's keep on going. So there's a lot of code here. I'm just going to look for, because I probably only have a couple more. Oh, I'm out of time. You know what? We probably need to spend 15 minutes on code review, so I'm going to add an extra 5 minutes. Hello, Amadou. Welcome. Yeah. So I'm going to just search for something that I think needs attention because overall, I like how they have this structured. It is just vanilla JavaScript, but they've broken things down into functions. They've separated their models from their views. It looks really great to me. This is not my code, Webmaster. If you look at the description in at the bottom down below here, this is a project where people have submitted, and one of the requirements is that you have to use vanilla JavaScript. Yeah, so there's the favorite controller. Okay. So here's one piece that can absolutely be reusable. is if you look at the website, they have two different places where a user can search. So if we go to the home page, you can search up at the top and you can search right here. Ultimately, they both do the same thing. They render the search results in the middle. However, they've repeated this function. Now, the one thing that's different is here we want to do the search view get input, and here we want to do search view.get nav input. So I would actually try to combine this into one function. So maybe we do this, like create submit handler. And this is going to take in like a get query function. And then it's basically going to do this. Like that. And actually, let's just copy this code for now, because we're going to add that here. Code suggestions. So we'll say in app.js. They have this code here. I'm going to show how we could turn this into a single function. So this is going to return a function. So this is going to return a function that takes in E and does this. So it takes in E, and then it also took in get query. So what we could do is we could just call get query like that. And now we can reuse this create submit handler. And so right here we would say create submit handler with really search view.get input. So we're passing in a reference to the function, so that way it can be called later on, like that. And maybe we put it on a new line just to make it a little more readable, like that. And then we can do the same thing with the search view.get nav input. Like that. So we've removed some duplicate code, and basically, if you've ever wondered what a useful case for a closure is, this is a useful case for a closure, because we are invoking the create submit handler function with a reference to this function called get query, and that in turn returns a function. So add event listener needs a reference to a function. It doesn't want you to invoke a function. It needs a function that it can call later. So what we've done here is we've created a closure so that later on it can call get query. And in this case, we want the query to be get input, and in this case, we want the query to be get nav input. And this should still work. Let's try it out. Refresh the page. We should be able to search here, and we can. Okay, refresh the page. We should be able to search here, and we can't. Let's see what goes wrong. Oh, well, we do have e.prevent default. Let's see. It's not working for us. Oh, I see. I messed things up. This should have been search nav.add event listener, not search form, because we're adding the event listener to two different input boxes. And this is going to be search view.get nav input. Like that. Okay, this should do it. So the issue was I basically added a submit handler to search form twice, but we have two different elements we want to add it to. So if I do this and refresh, now it should work up here. And it does. And if we go back to the home page, it should search right here as well. Cool. So we've cleaned up the code a little bit by making this more reusable. So we'll add that here. Something like that. Cool. And technically, like, we could go even further And because we're passing in submit here, we could have created a function that adds an event listener to search form that is submit, but that's good enough for now. Yeah, and we're already out of time. So there's a lot of code here. I don't want to stop the code review, but let's just look for like 2 more places where we can improve things, and then we'll move on to the next review. So all of this looks good. Control the favorite. If we go to clear body, oh, I see. So it's grabbing it, specifically the favorite body. Cool. So they're adding a click event listener on the entire window, and then checking to see if a particular thing, when you click, if it matches that, then you'll allow it to happen. Cool. So the thing here is because they're using like one global click handler that determines which element to like call the event on, they could combine this into one function. Because basically this e.target.closest, they could have that all in one big function. So I'm gonna add that as a point. Well, let me update this. We'll add that as a line here. Okay, and then another item, the global or the window click handler functions could be combined into a single click handler. Because if you think about it, what's happening here is like we're adding a click event listener to the entire window. So all 3 of these functions are getting called when a click happens, but only one of them is only one of them potentially executes code based on if the element that you clicked on is the thing that we're searching for. So really, we could put this all into one function and it would still behave the same way. So that looks good. All right. Let's find like one more thing to comment on and then we'll move on. So let's look at the actual search view code. So this is the code that controls the search view popping up. We have clear main, elements.main equals nothing, search input.value equals nothing. I'm curious if they have multiple clear mains, because I'm thinking because they have multiple different views, they all would want to do a similar thing, which clears out the main HTML. So if we look at like the shop view, hey, they got a date format function. Very cool. So they have all the days there. It's very, I laugh because it's very similar to the one I created for the Patreon overview, where I literally have an array of months, and because I didn't want to install a separate library for dates, and so here how it says like June 1st, I did something very similar to this function, which is cool. Cool. Render item, create item, render list, render shop. Okay. Thanks for the follow, Epic. And hello, Nexir. Thank you very much. I got my Christmas hat on. Genesis says, how do you make your mustache like that? With mustache wax. Yeah. Yeah, it's a pretty cool trick for window add event listener. And if you use something like React or Vue, they actually do something like that under the hood. So even though you have like multiple click handlers all over the place, technically what they do is they create one global click handler and then call your function based on where the click actually happened. Okay, this gives us a random image. Render overview stats. So when I see a lot of if statements like this, I try to think, how can I make it potentially less if statements? Like, are there better ways to do it? And let's see. So, render overview stats. I'm sure this function is probably getting called whenever we're rendering these cards here. So we'll say if key is wins, score, or kills. The title takes that key. And the subtitle is total. Okay, so one thing I would do to clean this up is to just give these default values. So you'll notice what's happening here is if it's wins, score, or kills, we're basically giving default values to title and subtotal. So if I make title here key, and I make subtitle total, we probably could just get rid of that if statement because now they have those default values, and then if they're anything else, they're going to get overridden. However, I see now there's this last else statement, and that will actually overwrite it. So if I save this code, now everything's going to say matches in played instead of, well, if it's the main ones. Yeah, it says matches in played. We don't want that. So let's go back to that if statement. So really, I guess what we could do is, I mean, we could do nothing, and we could say if it's not in there. We also could add some defaults. So let's say like this, default stats, and then we can just put all of these strings in there. So we can say like wins, true, score, true, and kills, true. And I guess, I don't know if these are defaults. These are, let's call these like top stats. So now that we have this object, we can say like else if key in top stats. So if the key is not in top stats, like that, and then we can get rid of this if statement. So we'll say if the key isn't wins, score, or kills with 2 L's, like that, then we'll show matches and plays. So we'll do that. Try rendering it. And we should see the top level to be wins, kills, and score. Wins, score, and kills? Where's the score? Oh, I see. Here, wins and score. Yeah. So I think that fixed it. Yeah, and there's a question from Candy Cane who says, what's the difference between using else if statements and a bunch of ifs one after another? So if you do else if, this will only ever execute the code inside of here if this was not true. If this was true, it's only going to execute this, and it's going to skip the rest of the else ifs. If you just have if statements like this, they could potentially override each other. Because if I say if this, do this, if this, do this, in this particular scenario, we're checking for very specific things, so it's likely that it's going to behave in the same way. But what could happen is if this is true, it's going to execute this. And if this is also true, it's going to execute this, which is different than an else if, because an else if will only execute that if the previous one wasn't true. Like I said, in this scenario, it may actually work out the same way because of the things that we're checking. But the main reason they have this is we only want to set this if this wasn't true and this is, oh, sorry, if this wasn't true and this is true. Cool. I'll add this as a suggestion in the code review. In search view.js, it might make sense to clean up the render overview stats by setting the default subtitle and title. Something like this. So there's that point of improvement. And let's find one more. I realize the code review is taking longer than I said it would. But I do want to give more feedback than just that. All right, let's look at the shop view. We're into the shop. There's a console log. Let's just say that. We'll add that as a point here. Console.logs are removed. Cool. All right, so overall, I didn't see any super long lines. They were using template strings that allowed them to do multi-line strings. Function names looked good, and it's a pretty consistent naming convention. They have like their render functions, their render list items, different things like that, so that's good. They had their config file. Functions are as few lines as possible. Code read like sentence. Like the code is pretty readable to me. Function names dictate intent. I really didn't see any nested loops. And most of the functions only take in like 1 or 2 parameters, which is good. Because if you have a bunch, it's really hard to remember like the order of the parameters. But most of their functions are just like 1 or 2 parameters that are being taken in. Let's look like in the favorite view as well. 2 parameters, 1 parameter, 3 parameters. Yeah, looks good to me. No extra variables. And then they need to remove that. We'll just do a quick glance at the Sass. And again, they use Sass, so there's a lot here. They have all their imports. If we look at abstracts, like their mixins and their variables, this person is very good at indentation. And they're consistent not only in their Sass and their JavaScript, but like they're consistent everywhere. So I'm comfortable saying that it uses consistent indentation. I could see the naming convention by just looking at the code. So like in these views that they created, they're using like a parent element name underscore underscore, and then the child element name. And they're doing that in a lot of places. So for favorite, you can see that there's some consistency there, like favorite player, favorite tab. If we look at the search view, they have things like overview card subtitle, overview card title, overview card value, playlist field, playlist title. So they're very consistent with their naming. I'm not sure what this naming convention is called. Anybody in the chat, if you've seen this before with Sass or CSS, is it BEM? I've seen BEM with... is it dash dash? It is BEM? Okay. I thought BEM was more of like dash dashes. Cool. But they're using BEM and they're consistent with that. So if you look at, see if they have it marked by pages, like on the shop page. So there's shop container, shop date box, shop items box, shop item title. Sass actually makes this very easy. So you can see in the source code here where they have the parent name, and then in Sass you can do and this is actually going to append that to this class name. So you get user header inner, user header avatar. Yeah, so block element modifier is BEM. So yeah, it's pretty sweet, and it's clean. This person probably didn't need a review at all, but their code is great. And they don't really have app-specific prefixes, but because they're using BEM, it's gonna be very rare that there's any sort of name clash with their class names, because they're very specific in terms of the block, playlist, the element, field, and then if you see 3, then that's the modifier. But yeah, looks good to me. And there are definitely, I mean, we didn't see exactly because there's a lot in here, but the fact that they're using Sass definitely reduces the number of duplicate stylings, makes it a lot easier to reuse things. Let's see. Yeah, like in this scenario, this basically, well, not there, because that's the child. BEM is Portuguese for good. The chat translator said as well. as well. That's funny. So yeah, this was a much longer code review than I thought. But I do want to spend some quality time talking about code. But I'll say this here. I didn't have time to look through everything, comma, but here are a few suggestions. There we go. I'll leave this and then we'll move on to the next one. This probably took me like 25 minutes total, which is not, I mean, it's not bad, but like I said, I have a lot of reviews to do. So there's that. Let's preview it. You know what? Just while I'm thinking about it, I want to clean this thing up just a little bit better. The function that I recommended to be reusable, it is really well written and clean. Yeah, they have lots of small functions. It's fairly clear to understand what's going on. I mean, you would have to go into each of these functions that are getting called to see what's happening. But what I mean by things being readable by the sentence, like if we look at this control shop function, this line here says if there's no state for the shop, create some state for the shop, and shop is their model class. Clear the main view. That makes sense. I don't really even have to look at the code to know what it's going to do. It's going to clear the main. They're going to render the loading spinner on the body. They're going to get all the shop items. They're going to clear that loading spinner, and then they're going to render the shop items onto the page. Like, this function reads like what it's going to do. And we don't have to see all of the implementation details. Like, if we go into these functions, we can see what they actually do. I guess we'd have to go into... We have to go to state. Actually, we'd have to go to shop here, because shop is their model for the shop. Get shop items makes a fetch request and then sets the data on this thing's state. So yeah, this is a great example of very, very good code. But the one thing that I did recommend they fix is this, and we can actually make this a little bit better. So what we could do is we could pass in the element and the query. And we'll say something like add submit handler. Add search submit handler. And what we could do is instead we would say add search submit handler with elements.search form and search view dot get input. And then we do the same thing but with the search nav. And instead it's get nav input. And then this function, actually, instead of returning a function, will do this. It will say element.add event listener for submit. And then we can throw that submit handler in there. And so that cleans it up just a little bit more. And so what we've done here is, because what this was for is on the site, there were two search boxes. I think it was 80, 82. Yeah. So there's a search box here and a search box here. They both do the same thing. So if I search here, it should render the search results. Did I break something? No, I didn't. And if I search here, it should also render the search results. Great. So ultimately, the functionality of both of them is the same, which is why I wanted to refactor that into a single function. So now it accepts the element you want to add the submit handler to, the function which will give you the query that they're searching for, and then it does the thing. So this is a little bit nicer, which reduces the amount of code. Oh, there's the Mars rover. Thanks, Deep Sense. And that was in my feedback here. Yeah, cool. And I'll fix that on my comment as well. Can I make this bigger? Yeah. Like that. All right, commented. Let's just say they're not waiting for review or feedback anymore. And we'll just say project complete, because this thing is great. Great work, Proxin. Wonderful submission. Let's keep on moving. So I'll catch up on the chat, and then we'll move on to our next review. So we completed one review so far. This was faster than the last two that I've done, but it still took us a while. So maybe we'll do maybe 2 or 3 more reviews, and then we'll keep going. Thanks for the follow, Dare Develops. Welcome. Mahidra says, I'm more interested in Ed's project review than mine because his workflow of explaining each component and so many things is so good, and I've never seen that before. I'm so excited. Very cool. Yeah, Londi says, to be honest, it's really, really clean written code. It is. And thanks for the follow, GT Love. Bim. Bim is nice. Maybe I should use Bim. Can we refactor a lot of if-else by objects with values as functions? Possibly. You could, yeah, it's definitely possible, because one thing you could do is you could take the, well, I don't know. That's a very general question, sort of. In some cases, yes, I would say that. Mahidra says, what if you have 2 ifs inside a function and we're returning something from them? Then that's okay? It is, but if you saw something, it actually is good sometimes to do an early return. It's really a style preference. But in this case, they're not, because they only have 1 return in the function. But I prefer early return. So what you might do is you'll say if something, return something, and then you don't need an else if because that function is going to return. And you just put the return that would have been in the else if at the bottom of the function. And I prefer to write it that way. It's not required, though. Hello, Crit X. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, second time. Cool. And thanks for the follow, Epic. If I didn't already say that, welcome. Current views. Interesting. Very interesting. All right. So that was fun. Took us a while, but like I said, we're going to keep on moving. We're going to go to this next project, which needs a review, which is the My Launch project by Joshua Farish. So Joshua Farish is a mod on the channel. Let's see, here it is. And they have requested a code and UI review. So we're going to get right on it. Let's clone their project down, which is here. Leave that tab open. We'll kill the Fortnite tracker. Splart says they think their code is messy. No worries. It would be a good example for the kind of feedback you can get if you don't have good code, which is still valid. Like, people need to know what that is like. And I've mentioned it before, like, you are not your code. You always can get better at coding. The feedback that I'm giving you is really just my opinion. Obviously, your code works and the website works. And these suggestions I'm giving are just suggestions. So, yeah. That. Let's see. We have that open. That's here. Let's copy the UI review. And we'll open their code in GitHub as well, or sorry, in VS Code. This one's gonna be fun. So like almost all of the projects I've reviewed so far, they decided to use like Sass and like Webpack and stuff like that. And Josh has done it totally just vanilla with multiple HTML files. The first project I reviewed, the non-Earthling News, they did something similar. So this will be fun to do because there's not a lot of extra stuff. So it'll be very curious how they've decided to structure their code and how they've tried to keep things clean while still doing it the old way without Webpack and stuff like that. All right, so we're going to start with the UI review. We'll set a 5-minute timer, and then we'll get into it. So first off, Sebastian is asking, I wonder if you have a video on scraping. I have quite a few. If you go to coding.garden/videos, and then just search for web scraping. Do I have a button? No, but if you just search for scraping, or scrap, I've done quite a few videos on it. So one of my first live streams was on how I scraped IMDb. So there's that. We've done a Craigslist scraper. And this one we scraped a menus website. I think this was like a morning tea, and I scraped an eBay website, but check this out. You'll find some videos. Okay. So here is their website. My launch. Cool. So we're going to set a timer for 5 minutes, and we'll just do a general UI review, and then we'll do a code review. So My Launch is a website where you can enter your birth date or any date, and you'll get a list of rocket launches that have happened on that specific day. So the landing page looks great. I like their color scheme. Let's add that here. Yeah, I could probably use YouTube tags. That would make it even better. But yeah, you're right. Okay, things I like. I like the color scheme. It's nice and playful. I like that, like, to me, the color scheme is playful, and then the iconography is, like, very flat, so I think they fit together, so that's cool. They have copyright, they have their name, they're linking to GitHub. It's all great. If we click About, My Launch. Rocket launches from your birthday. This project was made for Seedling School for the Coding Garden with CJ, made possible with Bulma and Launch Library API. So yeah, I think it's great. I love the About page. Very succinct. Is that how you spell succinct? Succinct? I don't know. But let's go to launch. Cool. So enter your birthday to unlock your destiny, powered by the Launch Library API. So I'm not gonna enter my birthday, but I am gonna enter a date. And so it's year, month, day. Nice little animation. So this is the day that the Apollo 11 Saturn V launched. And we can see on that specific day, this is the rocket that launched. We can even click watch. That opens in a new tab. I like that. Wow, that's so cool. Okay, so and if I click more info, that also opens in a new tab to goes to Apollo 11. So I like that links to video / more info open in a new tab. That's cool. I like the fact that they're also showing all the rockets since your birthday. So if we enter a date, I don't know, like 1982, December 25th, and we click go. So this says, no launches found on your birthday. Look below, however, for every launch since your birthday. Wasted opportunity for a Rickroll. That's true. So this is really cool. So if somebody enters their birthday and they don't have a launch on it, it's cool that I can actually see all the launches that have happened since that specific day. What's this? Oh no! Why? Why would you do this? Come on! Do 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 do. How do I ban you? First, you're getting reported. Inappropriate content. And you've been blocked. Cool. That's not very nice. All right, so yes, I like the fact that I can see, what do you call it? I can see launches. Actually, can I delete the message too? There you go. Hello, Futura Beast. Yes, so if you're new to the channel, yes, you can render HTML here, but there's lots of purifying. It's very unlikely that you'll be able to cross-site script me. You can try. It's always fun to try, but it's very unlikely. Okay, so I like the fact that we can see all... I deleted the wrong message. Oh, no. What did I delete? Oh, from Future Beast. Sorry, Future Beast. Where did it go? Oh, somebody else deleted it? No, a mod deleted it. Okay, thank you, Katoli. Okay, focus. So things I like. I can see launches after my birthday. If no launch found. That's cool. I also like the launch animation. During the loading. That's actually really cool. So when you do this, it like spins. We can enter another date, like 1985. Cool. One thing we might do is like if I click go, whenever we click submit, we should probably remove the previous results. Let's add that as things to improve. Remove previous results before loading next results. So we would do that. It's probably not a good idea, Mahidra, but a lot of people like to mess with me and try to get me to try to rickroll me, so it's a thing. Yeah, I think that's the main feedback. I like this site overall. It's really cool. Hello, Bomberman, who says, let's see if this translator you were working with. Yeah, it works. So I didn't create that translator bot, but it was created by Instafluff. So if you check out... Oh, actually, I'll use my shout-out command. If you check out Instafluff... There he is. He streams on Wednesday, Thursday, Fridays, and he created that translator bot, which is pretty sweet. Let's check him out. All right, so we're out of time for the UI review, but I think overall it looks really nice. It's nice and clean. I like the buttons. Oh, I didn't scroll all the way down, but we do have pagination, so that's cool. One point of feedback is when clicking next for pagination, might scroll to the top. So that's good. All right, so that's the UI review. The font choices are good. I can read everything. There's loading indicators. We didn't look and see if it's responsive. Let's just check really quick. Yep, it goes from 3 columns to a single column. That's known as adaptive. And there's like a max width on... I thought there was... Yeah, there's a max width on the body itself, so that's nice. Like the error doesn't stretch all the way across. Yeah. There we go. Nice factoid from Deep Sense. The Saturn V rocket was actually almost entirely built by a German. Cool. Yeah, images resize, columns break. Yeah. Great work, Joshua. I'll add this comment and then we'll review the code. How do you spell succinct? Did I spell that right? Guess so. Oh yeah, the other thing to improve is potentially the date entering. What happened was like so we see the placeholder that tells me year, month, day, but once I start typing, I might forget, is it day, month, or month, day? So if we had maybe 3 separate boxes for year, month, and day, that might help. So that's not nice. It's not very nice. Katoli, can you ban that person? Now I gotta do something, and what I'm gonna do is write some code, but you're not gonna be able to see my screen while I'm writing some code. But here I go. Where are my mods at? Come on. Yeah, and can you all please report that user account? I'm sure they just created it to wreak havoc. But that's fine. Yeah. Thanks, Jan. Wait. No, I'm not going to remove images. I just need to, like, basically, we've talked about this in the past. We need an admin or a mod dashboard where mods can, any potentially inappropriate things that get submitted in chat are actually modded first before they show up on my screen. But we haven't had a chance to do it. Are you a mod, Jan? I thought you were. Well, I don't have the button to mod you. But I can do that. There we go. Emotes in the chat for Jan. He's now a mod. Nice. Okay. Disable image embedding. That's a great suggestion, Doc. I'll add it to the to-do. Basically, any messages from any account that is not, like, hasn't sent messages before shouldn't be able to show up on my screen. Let's put it on the to-do. Okay. So we have the time sent. I guess I could do a double click handler. Yep, that happened, Katoli. And you weren't here to help us, but it's okay. I don't know. Like it depends. It's not a good thing. But I'll be back soon. My screen will be back soon, and you can keep dropping while we show this. Let's see. Hey, no worries, Katoli. I realize everyone has a busy life. We made Jan a mod though, so that's good. Oh yeah, here we go. So the point of drop is to make it onto the garden right here. It is a great community. Yeah, so I mean, you just get randos, especially on Twitch, that I mean, there are a decent number of people watching. Like, if you go on the science and technology, I'm probably towards the top of that. It's mostly random, but your things can bump into each other. Watch it happen. Boom! So that makes it a little more interesting as well. Let's see. Top 9. Yeah, see? So, it's prime for the trolling. But I'm not mad. The only thing I'm mad about are the potentially innocent eyes that are watching this stream. And that's not cool, man. That is not cool. This is a family-friendly stream. We help each other. Like, I'm literally taking time out of my day to give code reviews to people that ask for it. So yeah. Well, thank you, Rahul. Appreciate that. Yeah, so that should be fine. Yeah, it's fine though. I'm not I'm not mad. I just there's work I have to do, and the thing is, like, the majority of my time I spend streaming is like super meta because I'm always like building stream management tools, which is fine. But there's other stuff I want to build as well. Let's put this here. And let's see what happens. That looks okay. I'm going to style it a little bit. Followers only? Yeah. But at the same time, I don't... I want people to be able to ask questions and say hello, even if they're not a follower. Because... yeah, like, maybe they don't want to know when I go live, but they do like to tune in every now and then, and that's fine with me. Let's do this. SVG path fill. Black. Let's see what happens. Well, I mean, they did it because they've never seen my stream before. They don't know what I'm about. Polygon? Line? I think I need to use Polygon. Yeah, you all don't even know what I'm working on, but it's fine. I've just never gotten around to it. Like, it's literally never happened before, so I haven't gotten around to it. But I totally could. Anytime there's a potential image, it has to be allowed by a moderator first. Yeah. This is the first time, though. It's a growing channel. I am 9... Hello? Should go live soon. Waiting. I'm live. I'm live. Hello. I'm back. Throw a message in the chat if you can see me. Welcome. Oh, thank you. So that's Twitch. Let me know if you can see me on YouTube. Yeah, there was just a power surge, so that was interesting. All good. Cool. We're back. And I'm almost done doing the thing that I was working on. So it's still just me in my face, but you should be able to drop, and I think that's still working. Um, if you stop streaming, the trolls win. Though I mean, I didn't plan on stopping streaming. Just my power literally went out. I'm still here. Okay. There's Ed. There's Ed with the drop. um, hello, Doc. I wonder why this class isn't being applied. I'm working on a code thing. Oh, you know what? I might need to do stroke instead of fill on this SVG. Thank you, GamerCat Neko. Let's see the code, please. I just can't risk showing my my chat without this feature, so soon. There we go. That's nice. All right. Need to add one more thing, and then I'll show it to you. I should have added this so long ago. People sent inappropriate messages that showed up on my chat manager. And so I'm just adding a thing right now that lets me actually remove those messages from my chat manager, which didn't exist, but should have. No electricity and internet down. Yeah, I would be fine with that, actually. I would just retire. Like, if the full internet went down, I would just retire. Let's see. I'm just deleting them locally. I'm still depending on my mods to be able to actually delete them in the Twitch chat, but at least they'll only be on my screen for a split second. Let's see. People are increasingly spending their lives on the interwebs. It's safer. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, so that's the main thing I want to do, Katoli. Basically, mods will be able to see the same thing that I see, but they could potentially directly delete messages and then also flag messages that when they remove them, it immediately gets removed from my screen. There could also be like a 10-second delay between when the message is sent versus when it shows up on my screen. Let's see. Does the message have an ID? Yeah, message does have an ID. Coding Rainbow. Yeah, so this is an OG Coding Rainbow sticker. I actually got that from Daniel Schiffman himself. And hello, Bomberman. Yeah, so I mean that's basically what it could be. Like any messages that has HTML or embedded content or something like that, that has to go through a mod first before it shows up on my screen. But we're getting there. We're nine followers away from 1,000 followers, so we're getting pretty popular. Okay. So I did that. I think yeah, messages is an array. The Google, yeah, people. See you later, Gamer Cat Nico. Nico, thanks for tuning in. But people have mentioned the Google Vision API in the past, but I haven't needed to implement it until now. So, mm. All right, moment of truth. I need to fix the styles slightly, and then we'll get back into it. We'll get into the code review that we just started. Hmm. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Hey. So that works. That's funny. There's where'd it go? Oh. This is true. Hello, Aimer. Welcome to the channel. Yeah, it's absolutely true. Okay, so I did that. That was a fun little detour, but let's get back into it. Okay, where were we? We were about to do a code review for Josh's My Launch website. So we already did a UI review. And do I still have the code open? Yeah, I do. We submitted that UI review. Let's get into the code review. So first up on the code review, the README includes instructions for running the project. So if we look at their README, it has a description of the project. So it has, for those interested in things that happened the day they were born, this is perfect. Everyone loves space. And so by entering your birthday, you can find if a rocket was launched that day. Oh, thank you, Casual Gameplay. However, did we actually submit his review? No, we didn't. We had one more piece of feedback. Things to improve. Let's just say this was about the input box. So if you look on here, when you have to input a date, you have to do year, month, day. And if you start typing, you might forget like what the order is. So possibly we have a separate input for month, day, and year. Year, month, date, as the placeholder disappears after typing starts, and the user might forget the order/format. Okay, so that's my UI feedback there. Now we're going to do a code review. So we're looking at their README. They have a description of the project. They have a link on where to find it, or a date picker. I think what's tricky about a date picker though is, especially if it's a date far in the past. Oh, if you enter a future date, you'll probably just get an error. Let's see. That's a good point though, Shiny Coffin. So like 2020-01-01. All rocket launches since your birthday. Well, that's not right. There've been a ton of rocket launches in December though. That's pretty cool. Wait, January 1st, 2020, launch successful? How? I think there might be an error in the dates that are getting the thing. Where do all those rockets go? It's probably for launching satellites and different things like that. So yeah, if we click more info, oh, that's a bug. Yeah, so I don't know. Usage of advanced tools of the future detected. Hello, Tessel. What's up? Really advanced time travel rockets. So that's interesting. I wonder why it does that. But yeah, these rocket launches are probably, they're not just like missions to Mars or the moon or things like that. They're like satellite launches. They're missions to the International Space Station, different stuff like that. Okay, let's look at the code. So for the README, it doesn't have instructions on getting it running locally. However, this is just a completely static website. So I think that's okay to leave off. So what we can do is just run something like light server, which is a static auto-refreshing dev server, which will run it on this port. And then it should just work still. So 2020, 12/12. Oh, here we go. No launches found for your birthday. Look below, however, for every launch since your birthday. Not yet, Infi. We're slow going. But I'm gonna try to get to it before I stream. Yours might be the last one. Before I end, yours might be the last one that I do. Okay. You know what? I think he might actually, instead of looking at the year, or maybe it's how the API behaves. Even though he sends 2020, it's actually saying 2019. We'll look at the code. But cool. So README looks good. I'll just add a note here that will say might mention that we need a static file server or to open index.html in the browser. Must be getting crowded up there with all the metal spinning around. Yes. Oh, YouTube chat broke? Okay. I can fix that. There we go. Fixed. Look at all those. Did a bunch of people just drop on the screen too? That's fine. Yeah. So I think there are all the drops that happened on YouTube between now and then then they got dropped. Cool. Hello, Robin. Welcome. Hello, Ashish. Oh, people. Yeah, these should be ordered by time, but I guess they're not. Let's see. Did I miss anything important? Winter is here. Beware of the White Walkers. You know what? I just started watching Game of Thrones, so I hadn't watched any of it ever. People always talked about it. I never watched it, but I just finished the first season, and I like it. And I know what the White Walkers are, because winter is coming. Cool. Yeah, so I just added this. It removes the button. We had an incident. Alan's asking how old am I? I don't really reveal my age. I always say I'm older than 12 and younger than 40. But yeah, it's just locally we still need add mods to remove them from the actual chat. Okay, let's start a timer and then we'll do a code review. We're gonna do a 15-minute timer for the code review. And away we go. So, consistent indentation. Let's just take a look at, so first we're going to look at HTML. So we're going to look at the index.html. DM each other on Discord. Don't talk about it in the chat here. So there is consistent indentation. That looks good. Here, 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 here. That looks good to me. Let's look at their other HTML files. Like they have the launch.html, which I guess is the list of launches. So that looks good. Actually, you can talk about it in the mod channel as well, MV, on Discord. And there's the about page. So that looks good. Every single page has the viewport attribute there for the meta. And that just makes sure that it looks good on mobile. So we have that. Consistent indentation, includes meta viewport. Oh, Katoli? Oh, come on. Katoli should be a Discord mod. Give me a second. Oh, interesting. Andreas posted a link into back-end list conf, which just started today. I guess they're streaming it. Pardon me, Katoli. I'm just gonna say hi. Actually, can I do this? So that I can add you to the mods. There you go. Katoli is now a Discord mod. You've been a chat mod for a while. Yeah, there's still HTML. I don't want to block that, but what we've talked about is there will be potentially be a moderator dashboard where any message that contains HTML has to be approved by a mod first, and then it'll show up on my screen if that's the case. Yeah. ARIA attributes. Oh, did you see some? So that's great for accessibility. Marique is saying, do I use the audits thingy in Chrome? I've never used it before. Is there like an audits tab? Let's look at it. Device, desktop. Oh, I've never used this before. That's pretty sweet. So it's going to audit performance, best practices. Let's go. Oh, it's using Lighthouse. I see. Yeah, Derek Develops is saying, well, with the resolution of the recent Domino's case, my agency is 100% compliant. Yeah, so if you haven't heard of that, there was someone that, those are some great scores. Wow. Someone sued Domino's because their website was not accessible, and they won in court. So a lot of businesses now have to actually implement accessibility for it to work. Your drops aren't working? Let's see. You have to wait 30 seconds. That's probably why they're not working. Ooh, denied. Cool. Remove button should be in line. Yeah, maybe later. But this actually, I've never. Thanks for the tip, Marika. I've never used this tab before, but it seems pretty interesting. So, performance 100 score, accessibility a 97. So Josh did really good on accessibility. Best practices, they got an 86. It uses document write. What? Line 13 and line 67. Okay. Don't use HTTP2 for all of its resources. 9 requests not served via HTTP2. Okay, well that's just because I'm running my local static server, so that's fine. That's sweet. Yeah, I've never used that before. All right, let's keep talking about the code. So that looks good. Links and fonts are in the head. So there's a link to the CSS. There's the JavaScript, but notice that they have the defer attribute. So defer says that this JavaScript can actually load in the background. So the rest of the content will load while the JavaScript is loading. And then when the JavaScript loads, it'll have access to the content itself. So that's good. Yep, so I have your JavaScript files are linked at the bottom of the page or at the top with an onload function or with a defer attribute, so that's good. Uses semantic tags. Yeah, so audits were not included in my code review or UI review. It is good to know that thing exists, though. Yeah, we report Lighthouse scores with all of our clients. That's awesome. Yeah. I thought Lighthouse was just a website that you could use. I don't know. All right, let's look for semantic tags. So they are using a nav. They have section. They have footer. That's pretty good. Let's look at the launch page. They have nav, section, footer. I mean, I think that's like as basic as you can get for semantic tags. It's good enough for me. Yeah, I thought there was a website you could check it on. Title and header links back to the home page. Let's see. So if we go here and we go there. Oh. Do they not have the latest up on GitHub? That was interesting. Because when I did 2019 12/12, we just get no launches for that date, and then we don't see anything at all. Yeah, so interesting. But what I wanted to check is if I click up here, does it take me back to the homepage? And it does, so that's good. No extra elements, only includes the necessary elements to make things work. So this is really, it's pretty common if you're using a CSS framework where you just kind of like copy and paste what they have, and there end up being a bunch of extra divs and stuff like that. I'm gonna take a drink of water. But yeah. And hello, the Abby. Welcome to the stream. It's kind of disingenuous tool, though, because analytic scripts ruin best practices, and they should really call it, what does Google think of your page? It's true. It's true. Okay, so we have like a button. That's the hamburger thing at the top. We didn't look at responsiveness just yet, or maybe we did. But yeah, you'll notice that this turns into a hamburger when the page gets smaller. So that's good. That's what this thingy was doing. We have a navbar item. It looks pretty okay. I don't really see any extra elements. Just at first glance, everything seems pretty necessary. Yeah, there are a ton of IDs here. That's actually okay because we are using just totally vanilla JavaScript, so I'm sure that he's using these IDs to select the elements. So that's okay with me. Okay, now let's look at the JavaScript. If we look at index.html, it loads navbar.js. Let's look at that. I see. So navbar just handles the little hamburger menu. So it selects those two elements. When it's clicked, it's going to toggle the menu. So if we are like this and we click it, it toggles the menu. So that's pretty sweet. So that's navbar.js. It looks fine to me. If we look at launch.js, so this should be the JavaScript for the page that does the searching. And there's a lot in here, so that's fine. And let's look at our checklist. First we're going to do just a high-level pass looking for semicolon usage, quote usage, indentation. So these all have semicolons, looks good. And they've decided to use semicolons. So I've mentioned it before. You use them or don't, but just be consistent about it. And in this case, they're doing that. Are there bonus points for a nice logo? No, I'm not really giving points. It's really just feedback and my opinions. So cool. So that looks good. The indentation here could be improved a little bit. Like, this actually should be indented like that, and that should be indented like that. Let's see if there's anything else like that. I'll just mention it. Make rocket element. In the make rocket element function, is a little off. Other than that, it's pretty good. So one thing I prefer to do is when you have chained function calls and they're on the next line, I usually like to indent them one like that. You can see that my linter was complaining. It's not required, but I do prefer that. The other thing we're looking for is consistent quote usage. So they decided to use mostly single quotes, but we can see on line 26 they have a double quote there. So that's being a little inconsistent. Let's search for any other double quotes. Inside of the HTML is totally fine, but I just mean like in the JavaScript. Yep, that's fine, Mahidra. Andrew Lane, who's not watching right now, but they wrote a script that runs a drop every 30 seconds. You might want to do every 30 seconds and a half, just to make sure that my overlay like it's in time with that. Okay, so that's the only place that they did that, but that's okay. So we'll just say on line 26. The script should be open source for fairness. Yeah. So he did share the link, but it's actually a fun coding exercise to try and make your own little drop bot that drops every 30 seconds. So there's that. Semicolon usage looks good. Reasonable max line length. So I'm going to zoom out to a reasonable level. This is what I guess most people code at. I like to blow it up because I usually am streaming and showing code, but we're going to go there. And let's see if anything gets cut off. Yeah, so I would say fetch rocket data could be cleaned up to not to go off the screen like that. And potentially we might put these error messages into variables, which would actually clean it up. So let's say this. I need that bot, please. Just build it. Has quite a few long lines. You might try putting the error messages in reusable functions to reduce line length. Cool. Variable and function names are clear and concise. So let's look at all the function names. I believe there's a way of doing like outline. Yeah, this will show me all the function names and variable names. Cool. So we can see, and let's zoom in over here a little bit. All launches since, birthday launches container. So these are like elements. I believe anything with the arrow next to it is actually a function. So fetch rocket data that dictates intent. It's going to fetch the rocket data. Handle pagination button. That function will get called when the next page button is clicked. Make rocket element. That function will get called when we need to make a rocket element. Make rocket fetch. That's interesting. So we have fetch rocket data and we have make rocket fetch. What's the difference between the two? Let's go way back up. All right. Make rocket fetch goes from a start date to an end date and a fetch limit. What does fetch rocket data do? Fetch rocket data Oh, I see. Fetch rocket data is a wrapper around it. They must be using a widescreen. Well, my font is way zoomed in, so usually, I don't know, people probably code at like that zoom level. So I think that's okay. And so I see. So fetch rocket data handles like updating the page and calling the method make rocket fetch, which actually does the fetching. So I might rename this to like get rocket data, or like handle submit or something like that. Let's just say this. I mean, technically they do have good variable and function names. But here on function names dictate intent, specifically the fetch rocket data function. So I'll say this function name is confusing compared with this one, which is make rocket fetch. We'll say, oh, and I want that to be quotes like this. Fetch rocket data technically doesn't fetch. It handles all the logic. Might think of a better name. Cool. All right. Deferred rocket request dispatch orchestrator async. That's a good one, Doc. Candy Cane says, I had a coworker that looked smart in CDE reviews, always suggested changing the names of stuff. Oh, to look smart suggested changing names. I'd say only change them if they're ambiguous. Or like one thing I came up with during my first review was they dictate intent. So the function should be called what it's going to do. What is the intent of that function? So there's that. Yeah. Derek says, regarding code format and automation of code formatting, what do I think of Prettier? Prettier is great. I don't use it as often maybe as I should, but it's pretty cool. And one thing about Prettier is that it reduces the amount of arguments that a team can have over like formatting and indentation, because you just choose one indentation, you just run Prettier, and everyone can agree that the code should look that way. So there's no bike shedding, there's no arguments over what kind of indentation should be happening or line length and different stuff like that. So Prettier is pretty sweet. Prepare Locket Ranch. I like that. Thank you, Skinny. Might think of a better name. At Skinny. Good morning, Ben. Welcome. Okay, let's make sure there are no nested loops. I guess they've mainly made use of for each. Look at yeah, there's really just two of them. Don't really see any nested loops. It looks fine to me. Functions take in a reasonable number of parameters. So we can see there's one param, or it takes in an options object. So you'll notice what they did here is they're passing in an object and then they're destructuring it and grabbing off all of the properties. So anywhere make rocket element is called, gets an object and then it destructures all of those properties. So I like that, because instead of taking in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like a bunch of different parameters, like more than 5 parameters, they're taking in an object and then destructuring it. So I like that. No extra variables. It looks like all birthday launches pagination is unused. So I'll add that here. Functions are as few lines as possible. Code reads like a sentence. Hello, Jordan Snow. What's up, fellow Dimber dude? Usually too busy to check out the live. Welcome. Okay, let's look at these functions. Make rocket element is just creating HTML. That's fine. Make rocket fetch, it's a few lines. Update pagination buttons, it's several lines. One thing I don't like usually are if and else statements that only have a single line. I usually like to have them have curly braces because it's less confusing. It is a style preference though. It seems like they or Josh prefers to do something like this. Yeah. Drink some water. Okay, handle pagination button. Saying that this is not indented correctly. Oh, weird. Yeah, my linter wants the case to be there. I think that's totally fine right there. Yeah. So if the direction is first, yeah, so there's potentially logic we can clean up here, but overall, these functions are fairly short. They're doing what they say they're doing. Oh yeah, Hydrator is a bot. It's an Azure timed function. It just runs every 13 minutes and sends that message. Fetch rocket data. Yeah, this is, I think that's the most beastly function. It has a bunch of logic in here. I think one thing we'll do, so I've probably been code reviewing a lot longer than 15 minutes I have, but one last thing that I'll do probably is just try to help rewrite this function in a cleaner way. I don't know how we're going to do it, but we're going to try. What do you got for us, Deep Sense? Some reason that image didn't load. Let's see. But yeah, overall, Josh, your code looks good and your app looks great, but this is just things that you could potentially improve. Function naming was using camel case. I think the error messages could be put into variables. Launch since your birthday, yeah. So this is who? Naming variables and functions. It's true, Deep Sense. It's very true. Who is this, Deep Sense? Margaret Hamilton. This is Margaret Hamilton? Yeah, Margaret Hamilton. Oh, the Apollo programmer. I see. No. This was Josh. No, it wasn't there before. I just added it. Okay. So they need to do that. I'll say potentially this function. Is it? Yeah, fetch rocket data. Yeah, it could potentially be split. Okay. All right, let's see how we could clean this up. So, if date element dot validity dot valid, so if they entered a valid date, or if they didn't enter a valid date, then we're gonna throw an error with the validation message. And all of this is in a try catch. And if anything in here throws an error, then we automatically show the message. So we clear that out. We show the hide, or sorry, we remove the hide class from the error element so that the error element is displayed, and then we show that error. So to demonstrate that happening, we could actually just click launch without typing anything in, and it says, please fill out this field. So that's pretty cool. So I like that. Thanks for the follow, Renan. Welcome to the stream. So that's cool. Logo element. Yeah, so we're adding the animate class. So whenever we search for something, like 2019 1212, it adds the animation class, which starts it spinning. So that's cool. Grab the current date. Yeah, so like something like this, I would put this into a function. So The current date is right now. And then from the date element, which is this thing where you entered in year, month, day, he's splitting it and then grabbing year, month, and day. So I would put this potentially into a function that parses it and returns that. So something like this. So we can go to refactor, extract a function in the global scope. Let's just call this get end date. And then get end date, which it just moved down here. I put that into a function, so that looks good. Make rocket fetch is being passed in the date element value and the formatted date for the end date. I see. So because this is specific to grabbing the date from the date element and then getting the end date from it, I like putting that in a separate function. And Jorge just landed their first development job. Emotes in the chat. Yay! Great work. That's good to hear, Jorge. Input type could be set to date. Yeah, let's look at it. We'll look at launch. The reason they might not have done that is maybe they didn't want the date picker to show up. So right here they have, here's their input, type is text. I think that's why they didn't choose date, because if you set that to date, it's going to have a date picker, and they want it to be in that format like year, month, day. So I think that's probably why they did that. Derek said earlier, NASA says a function should only ever be as long as what can be printed on a page of paper. That's pretty cool. Congrats. Yeah, great work, Jorge. Yay. That's fun. Okay. So we extracted that get date function. That's cool. The launch response is going to be an object where we spread the data from it. We could potentially fix that. Let's see, like, what is, like, launch response is just an object. Where else is that used? I see. It's used for the pagination buttons. And it wants there to be, or it wants to copy the data? I'm just curious why we're making the rocket fetch and then just copying that data into a new object. Why can't we just set it? I'm curious what would happen if we just set it. Because to me, it seems like extra steps. So if we literally just say launch response equals that, then we don't have a data variable. There is a status, but that could just come from the launch response. Take a drink of water. Yeah. Spreading objects to empty objects is really nice for copying objects. Much better than, yeah, but it does do a shallow copy. But I'm curious why he wanted it to be a copy. Maybe we'll figure that out. So we'll do that. Doc says, they're using the date object, which can parse dates in any format, including the user's local language. Why does it need year, month, day? I think it was a usability issue. So it was mainly to enter your birthday, especially with the date picker, is weird. So they wanted it to be consistent. I don't know. Like, it could be your... and someone else has mentioned it. It could be that we actually set the type to be date, but we choose the format. But yeah, I don't know. Please change the color. Yeah, it should be a different color. We'll figure it out. Okay, so everywhere we have data here, should actually be launch response. Top right? I could do that. So this still seems to work. No major errors in the console. Can we still go to next page? Yes, we can. And still go to previous page. Cool. So I'm not quite sure why he was making a copy of the object, but because it's already being used everywhere, I'd be okay with just using reusing it instead of creating a copy. Okay. Update the buttons, update the rockets. This here is where I would potentially extract out these error messages. Okay, I will, Envy. And let's see where we're at on all the reviews. So we're only on the second one. Are you issue number 11? No, that's Catoli. And then you're the one right after that, number 13. So upcoming. I just want to finish this function refactor and then I'll move on. Okay. So if the status is error and the message is none found, then we want to do this. So what we'll do is I want, because of the line length, I definitely want this to be on that line there, like that. So that's the first cleanup thing that I'm gonna do. The full total is 3 hours and 46 minutes if you include the downtime, and because it actually had to start a new stream when my power went out. So there we go. Mine's gonna be a blazing fast review. That's funny. Okay, so yeah, this particular string, that's the same one over and over again, right? If we copy this string, it's used in multiple places. So here's what I'm going to do. We're going to say something like error messages dot no launches found, look below. Something like that. And then here we're going to create the error messages variable. It's an object, and then we'll say no launches found, look below, and that's just going to be that string. And so everywhere it's used, we just use that particular variable, and that makes the lines a little bit shorter. What about moving all of the throws into that make rocket fetch function? I think that's totally fine, right? Because if this fails, it's going to show the error. However, let's look at make rocket fetch. Yeah, because it's already throwing an error for no launches found for that date. Why not? I think that's a good thing to do, Doc. Yeah. Though they're doing some filtering here, but I think that's okay. Let's do it. We're gonna do that, and then in the make rocket fetch function is where we're gonna do our error handling. And this becomes data instead of launch response. Nope. That's super interesting, Infi, because I use Zite all the time. And all of the responses, or all of the submissions are not using it, except for yours. That's funny. And good morning, Bob. Welcome. Yeah, you will. I'm only gonna get to 2 more on this stream. I'm gonna take a break and I'm gonna come back and do those 2. Okay, so if we add all of this error handling here, um, and really we don't even need the else ifs, because if we're throwing an error, it can just be an if. Like that. Like that. And this I'm gonna add to the error messages object. We'll say error messages dot no launches found for date. Oops. Where'd he go? No launches found for date. Something like that. Encapsulate error handling inside of a function. We could do that too. It could be separated into a further function. I'm okay with leaving it in here because it's all kind of, this is all the making the fetch and then doing the error handling based on the response. So that's fine with me. I'm actually going to move this function right above this. So whenever I submit my my review, I can copy and paste all of that. So that looks good. And then I'm going to put this into a separate function. Wait. Shiny Coffin asks, do I have a video for all these error handling things? I don't, but we could talk about it. Yeah. And thank you, Marco. I like my hat too. Thanks for the follow, the passenger. Welcome. Is this throwing the console error? No, so basically that function gets called here, which is inside of the try catch. And so if that throws an error, it goes into this catch, and he has the code that updates the error handler, or updates the error message on the page. So this is very interesting. I see. So if there are multiple rockets that were launched on a given day, it's actually only going to show the last one that matched from the results, because you'll notice that we're overriding here. And I wonder if we did plus equal instead. Let's look at this make rocket element function. Yeah, so if we did plus equal, that would actually show multiple rockets that launched on the same day that you entered. I don't know. Let's try this. See, all rockets that have launched since 2000. We need 2 rockets that launched on the same day, and then we're going to enter that date. Yeah, so March 8th, there was the Space Shuttle Discovery and Ariane 5G. So if I do March 8th, 2001... Now we see both of them. So the way they had written the code was that it would always only show the last one. So if I put that back to what it was, where is it? Here. It basically just keeps overwriting it. 2001, 03, 11. Was it? No, it was 8. Yeah, so it only shows the last one. But if we do plus equals, it's going to show every rocket that launched on that day. So 2001, 03, 08. And the Discovery was the one that was not very good. I think that one exploded, didn't it? Let's see. 20 seconds in. Let's see. Is that the one that I'm thinking of? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe I'm thinking of the Challenger. So that one was fine. Okay. Derek says, do I have an opinion on if return versus throw catch? In my experience, seniors don't like throw catch because of the massive wrapping, even though it seems like the best solution. I like throwing. So one thing that's happening here, and one thing to think about, is your functions that aren't going to be called at the top level, like make rocket fetch. This thing just throws errors, right? This is itself is not wrapped in a try catch. It just throws errors, and then the thing that's calling it wraps it in a try catch because there are potentially multiple things within this try catch that could throw an error, like this thing at the top. I prefer that. You might want to document or comment on the function that says this function throws errors, and so if it's being consumed, it should be wrapped in a try catch. I don't like returning an error because then you need conditional logic in here that says like if the result of the function was okay. Yeah, I don't know about that. I haven't used a complexity calculator, but I'm not going to. Select YouTube chat input and make it a click event from the console. Not sure what you mean by that. No, it wasn't. It was the Challenger, yeah. March 26th. I don't want to see it. But thanks for the date. And hello, Conrad. Welcome. Oh, thank you, Conrad. Doesn't any async function implicitly need a try catch anyway? Yeah. Well, not necessarily, because you could actually catch it from the outside world, which is what I prefer to do. So you'll notice that this actually does a fetch and it needs to await it, but instead of doing the try catch in here, we do the try catch in the function that is calling this function. And yeah, so either it needs, when it's called, it needs to be wrapped in a try catch, or you need to do a .then .catch with like traditional promises. Oh, I mean, you don't need to say this function could throw. Oh, true. Sure, yeah. Because technically, if it's marked as async, I mean, technically though, any function could throw an error. I don't know. I kind of want to move this into another function. Oh, for sending a drop from the console? I see. Instead of actually like working with the YouTube API, you could literally open the console or run some code that like inserts text in. That would be possible. The tricky thing is, if you look at the source of the chat here, let's go to YouTube. So if you look at this and you look at the source of the page, this is, I'm pretty sure, is like an iframe. Because like text input, yeah, but basically if you scroll further up, these are actually, for one, they're web components. So like YT live chat, that's a web component. And then this is an iframe. Yeah, so this is an iframe that's on there. So what's tricky about this is you can't just select that element directly. You have to first select the iframe and then try to select the element inside of that. But JavaScript usually prevents you from selecting elements inside of an iframe. It's going to be tricky. I'll say that. However, if you do pop out the chat, and then try running your code here. Yeah, and it is a div, and yeah. So, well, it's potentially more than that. So, let's see. The element that got selected, is a div, but there's bound to be an input somewhere. Div ID input. But if we just search for an input somewhere, yeah. So that is an input. Let's see if it actually gets selected. I don't know where that is, but yeah, div ID underline, and then the input's in there. So probably that input is the thing that you want to target. So let's do this. Copy selector. And here in the console, if I say document, well, actually, you can just use $sign here. However, oh, it works. Now if I do that, dot value equals, wow, didn't work. Clap, clap, clap. So that didn't work. Let's see. Wow. Okay. It literally puts it inside of here. You're gonna have a hard time because of the way that they're. Well, I don't want to copy that. I want to copy the selector. So if I say this, oh well, that's nice. It has an ID input. Dot text content equals. Whoa. That just breaks everything. So it's gonna be tricky, Mahidra. Yeah, it's gonna be tricky. But that's kind of what I would first start by opening the chat in a new window, because then it's no longer in an iframe, and then you can like do selecting and stuff like that. Okay, are we done? It might be intertext. Yeah, last thing I want to do here is I want to extract this to a separate function that's just like add launches to page. Let's see. Oh, I see. Update displayed rockets shows all the rockets below. Okay. So, one last refactor is I would actually take this and put it into a function called like add result to page. Or add rocket. Add search result to page. Something like that. And then up here we have that function. And it does that. The interesting thing here is we're technically just working off of the launch response global variable, and it might actually be nicer if we pass that into each function. But let's see if this works. Hard refresh. Oh, 8. Those still show up. Those still show up. No error, or no major errors in the console. We can still do pagination. Cool. So all that still works. This is my suggested refactor. Okay. I realize we spent a lot longer on that than I thought we would, but that's okay. A possible way to refactor the, what is this called? fetch rocket data function. Throw that. We'll save it. And we didn't get to look at the CSS. But, okay, we will. Let's look at it. There's only one CSS file. Cool. And there's not much because they are using a CSS framework, so that's nice. Yeah, looks good. Looks good to me. Because there's not much. And let's look at it again. I don't think anything was duplicated. Yeah, they styled the input. But other than that, everything else is coming from, I think, Bulma, which they're using. Cool. So this is my code review. It took much longer than anticipated, but that's okay. We're going to do 2 more. And then we'll do the rest later. I might do them off stream, but I will do them later. Cool. Let's preview this. I think they use Bulma. Let's look, but I think they use Bulma. Katoli's turn. Launch.html. Yep, they use Bulma. You can see it here. Cool. All right, I'm going to close that. Oh. Close that. We'll... comment on that. And then I'll update the labels. So we are no longer waiting for feedback or a review. Updates, I would say Josh should try to update a little bit because there are a few things that I think are definitely worth doing. Cool. So there's that. And then the next one is Katoli's. Yeah, because, well, we just reviewed my launch. These other ones weren't ready. So we're going to do Katoli's. All right, I am going to take a quick break, though. And then when I come back, we'll review Katoli's. Let's catch up on the chat. And then we'll go. Wait, where did it go? Yeah, so 17 will be not on this stream, but eventually. All right, did I miss anything else in the chat? Let's catch up on follows. I think I said thanks to these. Thanks for the follow, GT Lavelle. Thanks for the follow, Dare Develops. Oh, there we go. Someone created a bunch of accounts. Thanks for the follow, Londief. Thanks for the follow, Derek Develops. Thanks for the follow, Renan. Thanks for the follow, Captain Stupid. Thanks for the follow, The Passenger. And thanks for the follow, Liberius17. Let's see. Yep, you tried Seedling Drop, but you didn't get on the leaderboard. Yeah, that might be the way to do it. I don't know, Doc. They might. Knucklehead, hello, is asking, do I like functional style JavaScript? I do. I kind of do a mix of like functional and object-oriented, but functional is cool. In-depth, yeah. It was mainly, I wanted to refactor that function, which took me a while. Okay, I'll take a look at the comment too, which I think is, well, let's go back to the issues. Is this one. Okay, I'll look at that comment when I come back. Hello, Maroof. Thanks for the comment. Nice. If you ask your comment, if you ask your question, Jitesh, I might be able to get to it, but I am working on other things, so yeah. GNOME is the best tablet desktop environment on Linux. Every GNOME release is something for tablets. That's pretty cool. Didn't know that. All right. Does InstaFluff have... He made an ASCII fireplace. I want to show that ASCII fireplace. Is it on Twitter? Is I will refactor this later. Does that have a copyright on it? Hmm. Here we go. Fireplace ASCII. Nice. All right. Let's make the background. I could make it an overlay. Let's use it as an overlay. Here we go. Um. Oh, not that. Nice. It's hard to see though. I'll open up a tab with with dark text. Um, the height sure probably only needed to be like 300, and the width 400. Well, that's not enough. We're gonna open a blank tab. Width 600. Good enough. So there's our little fireplace. Yeah, so he made it on stream. Definitely check out InstaFluff if you've not heard of him before. InstaFluff. He streams every Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and makes cool stuff. And it's a super friendly place to hang out. All right. I just meant to say YouTube's pretty aggressive with bans lately. Oh yeah, true. Cool. All right, I'm gonna take a break. Coding Garden is brought to you by viewers like you. Here they come. Here they come. I'm gonna take a 15-minute break, and then when I come back, I will review Katoli's project and Infi's project, and then I'm gonna go. I've been streaming for 4 hours. If you do uptime, it's not accurate because my power went out. But I'm gonna take a 15-minute break, but I'll be back. And actually, let me put that on the page here. This element. Let's edit the inner HTML. At around 11. Yeah, it's gonna be 15 minutes, so 45 a.m. GMT minus 7. There we go. That's nice. Alrighty, everyone, and thanks for the follow, Shavincent. Welcome to the stream. Actually, I am going to hide the chat while I'm gone to prevent potentially anything weird from happening, but we'll see you soon. We'll be back in 15. Stay nice. Be nice to each other. Merry Christmas. Hello, friends. I'm back. Let's see if anyone left any interesting chats. We need a fire sparkling effect around that fireplace. That would be cool. Like shining, maybe? I don't know. Does one get points for landing in the fireplace? No, that's just an addition. Yeah, so the live stream has technically been live for about 4.5 hours. Yeah. See you later, Doc. Thanks for tuning in. Emojis you don't know existed because nobody uses them. There's the oh, not that one. Turn that off. There's the sweet potato emoji, the juice box emoji, which apparently isn't rendering for me, but that's fine. Hello, Katoli. All right. I am 4 Twitch followers away from 1,000. When I reach 1,000 followers, there will be a special surprise that no one is expecting. Literally no one. So that's a thing. But we are reviewing projects, and we've made it to Katoli's project, which is a trivia project. So, yes, inside joke. So let's go to their GitHub repo. Here it is. I'm going to clone it down. Cool. We're going to clone this in here. Oh. Why is it so big? Is my internet slow? Yeah, I guess I'm not downloading that fast. Do you have a bunch of files in the history? Did you actually accidentally commit node modules or something like that? Interesting. Oh, all the design stuff. Let's see. Ah, I see all these PNGs and the XD. Those might actually be pretty big files. So we'll see. Yeah. Megabytes and megabytes. We'll let that run. But while we do that, we'll review what Katoli's project is. And I'm going to hide the fire... Hey, no worries, Katoli. I'm going to hide the fireplace ASCII for now. Cool. So, get random questions asked in trivia games and try to answer them. What will be your max streak? So, this project is from Katoli, who is a mod on the Coding Garden. Once the game is started, the app will display a random trivia question, and they can choose between 2 of 4 possible answers. 20 seconds will be given to the users for answering one question. Questions will become harder each time, and users will try to get the highest streak they can. If they fail one, the game ends. I also plan to add a practice mode where users can choose different trivia categories and difficulties. Very cool. So that's the app that we're going to be reviewing. Let's go to the deployed page, which is here. And Katoli is using the Open Trivia Database API. So this is an API that just has a bunch of trivia questions that you can get from all of those. So that's cool. But here it is. Here's the landing page. Let's get our UI review ready. No worries, Katoli. So Katoli says, disclaimer, I only had about an hour and a half total to work on the project, so don't expect anything special. I was worried this was going to happen. I'm not going to count it if it's nothing but seedling drop accounts, because there's like 8 of those. So we now need 1,001 followers. Let's see really quick. Yeah, we need 1,001 followers because those are like bot accounts. Okay. We're going to open up VS Code here. It finished. New file, UI review. There's that. And to the browser. Thanks for the follow, MRE codes. Much appreciated. And we'll start a 7-minute timer for the UI code review. Or UI review, sorry, not a code review. Okay, so this is the initial landing page. To me, I think the title should be like a little bit bigger text. Bot accounts is how most celebrities add followers. Sure. So one point of feedback is, let's see, things to improve. Checklist. Title could be a larger font. And potentially like a background with opacity, because you might not be able to see it because it's white. Down below we have, so if we click this, no more, cool. One thing you can do is scroll behavior smooth. So instead of jumping down like that, if you just add the scroll behavior property to the HTML tag. So here on the HTML, let's just say scroll behavior smooth. If we do that on the HTML element, now if I click this, ooh, it scrolls nicely down to the next section, so it's just like not abrupt. Might add scroll behavior smooth to the HTML element. Cool. And then in terms of the description here, I would like to see a little bit of padding on the side because it's too close to the edge. Should have some left padding. But yeah, so what is it? Trivia game, get random questions asked, and try to answer them. Also, distinguish the call to actions individually. Yeah, this could work as like a 3-column layout, potentially. It's totally up to Gatoli, but yeah, this could be like 3 and they're each individual, or distinguish them visually, I see. Yeah, so it could be 3 columns, maybe they have a different, maybe there's like an icon next to each question. Yeah. Very cool. I think that's pretty good. Let's see if this is responsive at all. Yeah, so the title jumps to the top on a pretty small screen. And then the description always just stays 1 column, which is totally fine. Looks good to me. And I like that you have your GitHub kind of just down here in the corner. That's cool. Okay, let's play the game. What was the first Disney movie to use CGI? Definitely, well, I'm gonna go with Toy Story. Dang. So I got it wrong. I guess you don't want to show me what the correct answer was. I would have to like research it. But okay, so let's play again. Which of the following presidents is not on Mount Rushmore? John F. Kennedy. There we go. I got 1 point. Current streak, 1. In Fallout New Vegas, which one of these casinos can you not play in? I've never played Fallout New Vegas. I'm gonna guess this one. I got it wrong. Play again. This Canadian television. So in terms of UI feedback, I would give some padding to the trivia text. To trivia question text, right? Because if let's just really quick, just do some quick padding. If you do top and bottom 0, left and right, like 2 rem, it'll push it in like that. We could even go as much as like 3 rem, just to give it some breathing room, so it's not like touching the edges. So that would be cool. It'd be nice if I couldn't scroll the body. So because the way you have this set up, where it's like automatically responding, you might set like the topmost parent element, like HTML. Well, probably could do it on the body. If we say overflow hidden, well, that didn't do it. And then inside of the body, there's a main. Yeah, and so the height is 100 view height. So if I say overflow hidden, nope, there's still a scroll. What about inside of the main? Yeah, I think it's, and maybe we have to add it to the HTML. Overflow Y none. Yeah, but the main thing is you've set it up so it's like it takes up the full width, but there's still a little bit of scroll, so I'd want to get rid of that. Problems with mobile views? Okay, so you'd have to check that out. On trivia page, can scroll, but page is set up to be full view. So that's something to look into. All right, font choices look good. It's nice and legible. I would say you could make the text inside of here a whole lot bigger. So inside of each of these buttons, if you made them YouTube chat is borked, no. Let's see. Thanks for looking, or thanks for mentioning it. Timed out. Well, there goes all those drops. I think I don't know. It could be that that I'm on a VPN as well, which changes like the setting, my connection some way. But yeah, look at all those drops. Height 100%, overflow hidden. Okay. And hello, Ronnie. Welcome back. Cool. YouTube's chat should be back. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, cool. So, I think that's the main feedback. I would say for trivia answer boxes, use bold and increase font size. So, because we're here, yeah, this text could be a whole lot bigger. I'm curious how it responds. Oh, I see. So when you're on mobile, you do need a scroll because you stack them. So that's okay. But yeah, I would increase the font size. But it's a good legible font. There are no loading indicators that I could see. Things just like pop up instantly. But let's see what happens if I change my network speed to like a fairly slow, fast 3G. So it's blank. And then those things get added. Which Italian city is home of the car manufacturer Fiat? Modena. No, I'm wrong. Let's try again. I see. So when it's going to the next question, it keeps the previous question until the next thing loads. MIDI stands for musical instrument data interface? Digital interface? Yeah, Twitch is here. What does MIDI stand for? I should know this. I'm gonna go with this. No! Digital instruments, is it? Excuse me. In the movie Castaway, the main protagonist's best friend while on the island is named Wilson! Okay, but let's watch what happens. So when I click this, the answer is correct. And we're going to see the next question, but there's like a delay. So like if I click it and then click it again, because there was no loading spinner, I actually got the previous question right. Actually, let's see this. What's the code name for the mobile operating system Android 7? So we're currently on Android 10, I think. And that was Android X. Android 9 was... Is it Nougat? Should have added a more spoiler tag. I actually don't have spoiler tags working on in my overlay. But let's see, if this column is correct and I click it twice, do you see that the current streak went up? How is the number 9 represented as a binary number? That's going to be this one, because 2 to the third power is 8 plus 1 is 9. But watch, I'm going to click this as many times as I can, and the streak is going to go up a bunch. Did you see that? So because there's no loading spinner, and the previous content hasn't disappeared, there's no checking to see if the previous one was answered. So I definitely want to see like a loading spinner. um, should disable answering after an answer has been submitted. Cool. Pretty decent responsive design. And the columns do break on smaller devices. We saw that if you resize it on mobile, it becomes a single column. So that's fine. All right. That's it for the UI review. Let's move on to a code review. I'm going to send a comment, and then we'll keep it on. It kind of sucks because I've worked less than half an hour. Yeah, so I read that. Hacker, yeah. I got extra points for free. Which UK country features a dragon on their flag? Oh man, I'm sorry that I don't know this. Like I said, I'm not good with geography. Is it Scotland? Wales. Oh no, got it wrong. Or, I got that one right, but I got the next one wrong because I kept clicking. Okay. The Land of the Dragons. That's pretty good. Okay, so that's our UI review. We'll do a quick code review, and then we'll move on to Impy's project. I say quick. It's probably going to take me a while. Yeah, I'm not familiar with European geography or flags or anything like that. Okay. Let's look at the README. We have a description of the app. Motivation. So really, this is just their project description, but it's listed in their README. So that's totally fine. Though, are we using any sort of... The next project is with flag. That's true. Because that's Impy's project. That's actually really relevant, isn't it? But if we look in source... I'm wondering if Katoli is doing any sort of build process. I guess not. Okay. So we should be able to just run a static file server, and if we look at index.html, it should link to source. Okay, no build process. Cool. But README looks good to me. You might include something that says how to start the project, but let's look at the HTML. So we're looking for consistent indentation and meta viewport. So we have the meta viewport. Indentation looks good. Actually, you might be using prettier or something like that, but I like that because this is so long, those attributes are on a new line. Let's also look for semantic tags. So we have the main tag, section. Technically, these could be sections as well, but in terms of like basic semantic tags, you've got that. And for the game, you've got body, main, nav, footer, header. Cool. Looks good to me. And then the CSS links are in the top. And then the JavaScript is there with the defer attribute. And if we look at the main index.html, I think same thing goes. You got your CSS linked. You're using Font Awesome, which is totally fine. Linking your styles, and then you're linking your JavaScript, I guess, if you had it. Okay, cool. So that looks good. That looks good. Semantic tags looks decent enough. Title and header links back to the home page. Let's test that. So if I click here, it goes back to the home page. Very good. And no extra elements. Let's see. So you've got like a font going on there. That's why you have like anchor tag and an I. Pretty basic like p tags and stuff like that on the home HTML. Let's look at the game. Looks good to me. Yeah. Vinicius says, this project reminds me of the Kahoot app. I don't know if I've seen Kahoot. It sounds familiar, though. Cool. So that looks good. For the most part, no extra elements. Let's get into the JavaScript code review. So first, we're going to do an initial pass. Is there consistent semicolon usage? Are there consistent quotes and different things like that? So let's look at source and main game.js. What is state.mjs? Interesting. Oh, it is inspired by Kahoot. That's good. Okay, so if we look at main, we're importing state, so that's cool. I guess you could put, like, what does MJS stand for? Is that a typo? Let me know, Katoli. But we create a new instance of the game state. Is playing as false, current round is 0, so that's cool. We've got semicolons. Oh, module.js, I see. And so by doing that, I guess you don't have to do that. But in your script tag for the game, you do have type module, so that's good. You actually should be, even in the browser, you should be able to do import-export with just the JS file name. The main thing, Michael Jackson, there you go. But the main thing you need is the script type module right here. I actually hadn't seen that before, but yeah, it still works, totally fine. Okay, so semicolons look good. Indentation looks good. Pretty basic app. We're using mostly single quotes, so that looks good too. I'm gonna give you check marks on all those things. Reasonable max line length. Let's zoom out a little bit, probably like right there-ish. And nothing really exceeds the window, so I think that's good. There's seedling drop with all those extra drops. Variable and function names are clear and concise. Let's look at them. So we've got answer text, answer list, current streak, max streak. One thing is, these are technically elements, and I wonder how you differentiate between the state and the elements themselves. So usually I like to say like current streak element or max streak element, so you're not differentiating between the variables that actually store those things. That said, you do have a state object where I think you're keeping track of those, like max streak and different things like that. So there is that. Prepare DOM. Okay. Serve question and answer. Get random question. Shuffle. Yeah, I think like these are good function names. No abbreviations. Line 3 on main game.js. Yeah, this is creating state. But where do you set like the answer streak? Or are you keeping track of that in state? Yeah, so gamestate.get current round. I guess you're storing max streak in local storage. Yeah. Current round is the answer streak. Okay, I see. That makes sense. So everything looked like it was camel case to me, so that looks good. Strings used in more than one place or in a variable. Let's see. We do have the API URL. It would be nice to put this API URL in a variable, or maybe even just like the base URL, opentdb.com/API. I'll add that here. And thanks for the follow, Oxage. Cool. Functions are as few lines as possible. For the most part, all of your functions look very small. It is only used there, but in the future, if for whatever reason you're requesting different endpoints from the API, it would be good to have that in a reusable variable. It also reduces the length of this line, because then it just says API URL. And also, if you ever change your API, you don't have to go in the code and find it. You might actually have like a top-level variable up here that is the API URL. But I don't know. So like that function, 2 lines, that function, 3 lines. Serve question and answer. It's a little bit longer, but not that bad. End game, similarly, not that bad. One thing you might do is somehow store these as reusable, because you're selecting them by ID every time. So oh, is that really a focus bot? Thanks, Impy. So somehow you might want to store these in variables. I do like, since you are potentially swapping the content out, these elements might not exist, so you couldn't run that code yet, but overall the function line length is pretty good. They dictate intent, so you're saying prepare DOM. This is going to prepare DOM. That dictates what that function is going to do. Serve question and answer, that's good. End game, that's good. Shuffle, get random question. It's all great. I like it. I don't think I saw any nested loops. So that's like a single loop that shuffles the array. You have some for eaches in here, but there aren't any nested loops. It's really just one loop. So that looks good to me. Functions take a reasonable number of parameters. Yeah. I guess in your case, they take like no parameters, so that's good. And no extra variables. I think they want to shuffle because they're shuffling all of the... Look at all those drops. They're shuffling all the questions that they get back from the API to put them in a random order. So, yeah, I don't really see any extra variables. Let's review the CSS, and then I want to pick one thing to attempt to refactor, and then we'll be done with Katoli's project. So we have the landing page CSS, and things that we're looking for are consistent indentation, consistent naming, and no duplicate styles. So let's take a drink of water. Yeah, looks pretty good to me. There's not much to, there aren't many styles going on the homepage, but that's fine. And let's see what else there is. Is there global CSS? Or no, that's it. Oh, I see. Impy says, I use open trivia database on a Discord bot. It responds with wrong answers and correct answer, and I push them into one array and sort them, thus causing a technically unguessable correct answer. Cool, so you just sort them on, I guess, the text, which is predictable because they're sorted in alphabetical order, but not predictable in terms of which one will be the answer, I guess. All right, and let's look at the game CSS. Yep, so we're importing the font there. We are styling question by ID. That's probably okay because you're using that ID in the JavaScript anyways, but you might actually use a class there. You have your different color classes, so that's cool. I think it looks fine because you're using Bulma for the most part, and these are just some basic styles to add on top of Bulma. So that looks good to me. All right, let's find one function to refactor in your JavaScript. Main game.js. Let's see what we can do. Serve question and answer. Let's try refactoring this one because it's probably the longest one you have, and let's see if there's anything we can refactor. So question difficulty, get the current round. If it's less than 20, the difficulty is easy. If the current round is greater than or equal to 20, and the current round is less than or equal to 60, it's medium, otherwise it's hard. I don't like nested ternaries. I use the Airbnb style guide, and they actually prevent you from creating nested ternaries like this. There's got to be a better way to do this. And really, I might actually refactor this into a function, and let's see if we can fix it there. So let's do a refactor. We'll extract it to a function in the module scope, which is technically the global scope of this file. And we'll say get difficulty. And then if we take a look at get difficulty, this is now doing this thing, but let's see if we can clean this up. Like, I probably would actually prefer multiple if-else statements rather than a nested ternary. Let's see. And then the other thing is I would store game state current round in a variable because we're calling that multiple times. So I would just store it in a variable and say like current round. Impy thinks that nested ternaries look more readable. I disagree, but it is just an opinion. It is absolutely just an opinion. The main thing is you have to be used to ternaries to know what's happening here. One refactor definitely is to get that variable from the state manager and then reuse it instead of calling get multiple times. So that's one thing. We could do something like this. Let's call this difficulty functions. And this is just an array of functions. And basically the first one to return true is what we get. So we'll have current round is less than 20, and that should... so this should be a function that if it returns true, then it will have the it'll give you the difficulty. So you can do something like this. Difficulty is easy, and the call it the check is a function that checks if current round is less than 20, and we could potentially even pass in current round here. And then we have another object where difficulty is medium. And I guess this should be in quotes. And the check we have here with the current round is if current round is greater than or equal to 20, and current round is less than or equal to 60. And then lastly, we have the hard one, which technically the way this works is if it's not the other two, then it's that one, but we could be specific about it too. So we could say if the current round is greater than 60. Like that. So we have our difficulty functions, and these could actually even be like a variable up here. And we really just want to do return. Yeah, we could do 3 if statements, but maybe there's different difficulties later on. I'm trying to get around using a ternary. The easiest refactor would be to use if-else's, but let's see this working. Yeah, and so in this case, instead of adding a new if statement, we just add a new difficulty into this array, and we'd be good to go. So I could say difficulty functions dot find. So we'll say the well, actually, let's call this level. Because then we could say the difficulty is difficulty functions dot find. We'll destructure the check off of it. So we'll say check. We want to find where check of difficulty is true. So that's going to give us the first one. That's true. And then we're just going to return difficulty.level. Like that. So is a potential refactor. It's probably not necessary because the logic is so easy right now, in that there are only oh yeah, so this needs to be current round, not difficulty. Sorry, current round. There you go. So this makes it easier in the future. If we have another difficulty, we can just add it in here. So that's nice. And it's just potentially a little bit easier to read, or it's all opinion. You might prefer the nested ternaries, or you might prefer if statements over this, but I like this refactor, so I'm gonna stick with it. Let's make sure it still works. Do I have it running locally? That was the launch. So I'm gonna open the dev tools, make sure we didn't break anything, play the game, and actually, I think it worked. Let's actually do a log in there just to make sure. Difficulty. What is the capital of Jamaica? I'm gonna go with Kingston. So each time the difficulty is easy. The thing is, I have to get 20 right before it changes to the next difficulty. So I'm gonna change these. So I'm gonna say if current round is less than 1, less than 2, and then I'll say between 2 and 3 is the medium, and then hard is more than 3. So let's see. So current difficulty is easy. If I get this right, the next difficulty should be medium. In prototype 2, who is referred to as Tango primary? What the heck is prototype 2? Alex. No, got it wrong. Play again. All right, difficulty easy. What is the common type of pitch thrown by pitchers in baseball? Fastball. Got it right. So we got 1, and we're saying it's less than 2, so we're still easy. So we actually need to get 2 right to get to medium. In the original Star Trek TV series, what was Captain James T. Kirk's middle name? Tiberius. All right, now we're on to difficulty medium. When was Cadillac founded? I don't know. I'm gonna Google it, or search it on DuckDuckGo. 1701. Huh. Well, none of those answers are 1701. 1902. All right. Oh, well, that's weird. Something weird happened. What does RAID stand for? Redundant array of independent disks. So it's this one. So this should move us into hard mode. And there we go. Now difficulty is hard. What city is known as the rose capital of the world? I'm going to go with... It's either Anaheim or San Diego. Because of the Rose Bowl? Where's the Rose Bowl happen? San Diego. Oh, got it wrong. And it goes back to you. Cool. So the logic technically works. And we actually saw how easy it was to change the difficulty ranges now that we have it in this format. I feel like if you were trying to change the nested ternaries, it might be a little bit trickier, or like have to think about it a little bit more, but that's fine. Okay. Now we get a random question. What does this do? That fetches it. Search returns the first one, and we're actually passing the difficulty into the API request, so that's pretty cool. Okay. We then say the answer text inner HTML is the question's question. I believe ESLint is working fine. I believe we could actually use text content here. Let's log the question that we get back from the API. Redundant array, you can use either a redundant array of inexpensive disks or independent disks, because they're all separate. Question. It's just text. Some of them have Oh, like a quote element? I see. Okay. That's fine. We then shuffle the answers with the correct answer and the incorrect answer. Cool. So what Infi mentioned earlier is instead of shuffling, you could just sort them, but basically you need a way of putting them in a random order. So this is totally fine. I'm okay with that. And then for each answer, we create a div, we fill its content, we give it the answer class with the given color. And I like this. I like that this is an array of colors, and we just use that. Oh, yeah, that's not good. And then when the element is clicked, if the question correct answer is equal to answer, set the current round, prepare the DOM, serve the next question. Otherwise, we end the game. So this is potentially where we can fix the bug where I can specify the right answer multiple times and up my streak. Where does an abyssopelagic animal live? At the bottom of the ocean. Oh, that was right. Okay. What is the name of New Zealand's indigenous people? I have no idea. Is it Polynesians or Morai? It's not Samoans. Or is it? Morai. Okay, here we go. So watch the streak. I was able to click that multiple times and then it went through. So what we could do right here is just have a variable that sets whether or not the current answer has been answered already. It might even just do a global variable right here. Let's say like put it inside the game state. I'm just gonna use a variable here, but you're welcome to implement it how you want. So let's say answered question equals false. Oh, thanks, Impy. And right here we can say if not answered question and that, then we'll do that. But inside of here, we'll say answered question equals true. And then we need to reset it to false, but I'm going to reset it to false after we've gotten the random question, because that's the thing that takes a second and reaches out to the API. So I'll say answered question equals false. That should prevent us from clicking multiple times. In Call of Duty Zombies, what is the name of the Pack-A punched crossbow? I have no idea. Wrong. Okay. Daniel Radcliffe became a global star in the film industry due to his performance in which film franchise? Spy Kids, right? No, it's Harry Potter. All right, we're going to click it multiple times. And it worked. Because when I clicked it again, I just clicked the wrong answer on this next question. So that's a thing. It will end the game the second time you click it. Oh, I see. Let's do this. Yeah, so when they click it, you set answer question to true, and then I don't know. You got to work through that logic. There's probably a better way to do it. I'm gonna put it back to where it was. Though maybe that is maybe that's a penalty. Like don't click twice or you lose the game. In Total Recall, that was I'm pretty sure it's either Rick or Morty. I go with Morty. Wrong. Okay. Um, watch. Cool, so that worked. And again, if we had the loading spinner, then that would be fine. Okay, so there's that refactor. I might actually pull this function. The view solution is to buy faster internet. Yeah, I guess Morty, I think the answer was Rick. I don't know. But I might pull this into a separate function. The only thing is we would need to use closures because this needs access to question. Yeah, that's it for my refactor there. I think the main thing is this refactor here. I'll share that with you. All right, I need to move on to the last review. I've been streaming for 5 hours today. Let's see. A 1,000 gigabytes is probably too much. Yeah, I have a gigabit connection here. Okay, so that's my code review. Overall, great job, Katoli, especially if you only spent like an hour and a half on this thing. Really, my UI issues are like very easy to fix, just small small tweaks to do. But other than that, looks great. Love it. Let's preview. Cool. Okay, so that will update the labels. Yeah, I've been live for a while. I'm trying to get these reviews in because I just haven't had the time, so I gotta just sit down and do it. Gigabyte, not gigabit. Yeah. Wait, did I not add the? I'll just say like update changes requested. Now you don't have to implement any of the stuff that I mentioned here, but you're more than welcome to, Katoli, and that feedback is for you. Yeah, a bit does not equal byte. That's very true. All right, let's close this. Let's get rid of that. And then the last review we're going to do today is for Infy's project, country lookup project submission. So I think I'm going to take one more break, and then I'll be back. But yeah, let's. Did I miss anything? Yeah. Yeah, I think we're good overall. Take a quick stretch. And I am 2 followers away from 1,000 Twitch followers. I mean, technically one more and I'll have 1,000 Twitch followers, but one of them's a bot. There's probably a lot of bots in there. I don't know. 2 followers. If I get 2 followers in the next 20 minutes, you all get a special surprise. But I am gonna take a 7-minute break, and then I'll be back to review Infy's project. Let's do this. Let's do that. Let's turn the patrons on. Nice. All right, I'll be back in 7 minutes. Stay where you are. Be nice to each other. See you soon. Hello, friends. I'm back for the last review of the day. We've been live for 5.5 hours. And we got 4 reviews in, which is not bad. Not bad at all. We got some follows. Yeah, you're very welcome, Katole. It is a great project. Yeah. No, it was just I'm not gonna always do that, but I just decided to do that at one time. Thanks for the follow, Troho. Thanks for the follow, Ronnie Jr. Welcome back. Welcome back to you too. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's see what my official follower count is. 1,000. All right, we need one more, and then everyone gets a special surprise. But before we do that, we're gonna review Infi's project. Oh, thank you, Chuho. Troho. You're number 1,000. Yeah, there's a couple bot accounts in there, so I want to make it special. So when I get to 1,001, that's when we have a celebration. Okay. This project comes from Infi, who is one of the mods on the Coding Garden. We can see their project here, and they're using the API REST countries. So this is an API that allows you to get information about various countries, which is pretty cool. And they have decided to build a country lookup, which helps you find. Well, actually, let me get rid of. I'll let the patrons finish. Let the patrons finish. Pterozoid says I unsubscribed to bots. So you actually have 1,000 subscribers. Yeah, you're right. I got to remove all these overlays. 1,001. Did it happen? Okay. I'm gonna do it after Infi's code review. Thank you so much. But after the code review, because it needs to happen. So we'll remove that. I'm gonna wait for the patrons to finish. Coding Garden is brought to you by viewers like you. Here they all are. Could not do it without them. And also Casual Gameplay with the massive donations all the time. Shout out to Casual Gameplay, who is on the screen now. Casual, who is also a patron. My code review is going to be quick as my code is terrible. That usually results in a longer code review when the code is terrible. Cool. Yeah. Thanks to all my patrons. There we go. So yeah, is it 1,001? Bob's Paradox test. That's a bot account. It's not a real account. We know who Bob's Paradox is, but I did make it to 1,002. Yay! I did, yeah, there was this thing, which was the YouTube subscriber count, which rains emojis. Thank you, Gene. But I could update this to be like a follower count. It takes a second because the backend API has to spin up. But yeah, we'll see those dropping emojis in a second. But all right, we're going to review this project, which is called Country Lookup. It helps you find the most important information about a country without reading an entire Wikipedia page. It's not a bot, it's a test account. I don't know, still. Among other things like languages, currencies, and even demo memes. Huh, very cool. What's your motivation? First of all, I want to improve my personal framework skills and provide a friendly front end to REST countries. Cool. How will users interact with your site? A simple search bar. The user will get back cards with the requested data. It's live updating, but respecting the rate limits. That's good. Frameworkless. Did I say framework? Frameworkless. And they're using Bulma, which is a CSS framework, and the REST countries API. Awesome. And it looks like it's deployed here. Thank you, Campbell. Much appreciated. Frameworkless. No framework. And JavaScript frameworks, I think they mean. So this is the website. Let's go ahead and clone it down locally, and then we'll do a UI review. Yeah, we did it. And yeah, I still have Katolis open. We'll close that. Thanks for the follow, Doom to Rock. Thanks for the follow, 6 in 1. Much appreciated. Now we're probably definitely, we have at least 500 real people that are followers, right? The rest could be bots. I don't know. Let's open this up. And we'll create a new file, which is UI review. Let's copy our template. All right. And here we go. Wait. Oh yeah, and there's the raining emojis. So this is my YouTube sub count. But we could potentially yeah, the law of equivalent exchange. 501 people, 501 bots. But yeah, it's raining emojis. I should make a rain emoji overlay. Huh, add that to the ideas list. It would be really easy to like extract this code and just let it rain emojis. Okay, remind me to do that, please. And I think Infi wanted feedback about their logo, which I think is this. Is that your logo? And I'm gonna start a 7-minute timer for the UI review. Cool. So homepage is very simple. The rundown is right here in the middle. Get information about a country without an encyclopedia. Beautiful. I love it. It's simple. You're linking to your GitHub, your profile page. I'll open that up. You have your license linked and the API that you're using. So that's great. Oh, hey, Infi's a coder. That's awesome. I think it looks good. I like the fact that it's very simple. This blue color doesn't match the blue color here. So I know that this blue color is probably coming from Bulma. Is that what you're using? Bulma? So there's that. But, okay, so let's go into it. And, I mean, it's pretty simple. It's kind of like all you need. It's curious what's happening there. Like oh, you know what? It has to load the font. That's why it's like a split second. The seedling bots, is it? I don't know, Ronnie. Someone else mentioned that they were my 1000th. Was it? I don't know. But I think I missed some follows. Let me just make sure I acknowledge all of the Twitch follows because I appreciate it. I think I said that one. Yeah. Thanks for the follow, MRE Codes, if you're still watching. This was an hour ago, but I appreciate it. Thanks, Oxage. Thanks, Troho. Thanks, Ronnie. Thanks, Lord Slayer. Thanks, Bob's Paradox Test. Thanks, Toomdarock, and thanks, 6in1. Cool. All right. So this looks great. I really don't have any feedback here. You have the links to do the thing. We can go into start search. That's totally fine. It's interesting that there's like something on the page and then it disappears. Let's see. No, it's fine actually. And then we can start a search. So let's search for United States. Actually, let's just do USA. Let me get it. One piece of feedback is I'd like to see like a loading spinner because that didn't happen. It's a good font and the font choice is consistent. So like, I think you're using the same font for the body and titles, but it's a good legible font. Let's see. Thanks for the follow, Ran, who's also a YouTube subscriber. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. What's the font family? Fiber Sans, I see. And then if we look at the font of like this, that's also Fiber Sans, which is totally fine. It's very legible. Whenever I drop the seedling drop bots too, it might just be coincidence, or maybe somebody's trying to frame you, but it's okay. Yeah, so my only piece of feedback there is that it should, we should see a loading spinner. Let's see, it's how this bot works. It looks, yeah, you're being framed. You're being framed, Cheyenne. Let's see if it's responsive. So I like that. So when we're here, we have like a full width, and then we go just a little bit in, get a little more padding, and the card gets a little bit smaller. And as we go smaller, it takes up the full width. And then once we get here, it breaks to show all the stuff on a new line. So I think that's really great responsiveness. So it definitely responds nicely. Yeah, I think that's it. So if we search for another company, let's country, search for Germany. Yeah, so I would like to see. Oh, it replies to all drop commands. I see. But I would like to see some loading spinners. You could even do like a fade out or a fade in or something like that. But other than that, it's totally fine. Like you're contacting the API, you're putting the data on the page. It looks good to me. Um, the homepage does link back, or the title bar does link back. I like it. In the chat, let me know what country you're from, and we'll look it up on this app. Oh, and we can look up Wales, because someone mentioned earlier. Was that not a country? Try an empty square or space. Failed. Hey, error response. I like it. Spain, Canada. There's Spain. Very good. Canada. There's Canada. Yeah, so good on the error responses, so that's good. Latvia. Let's look at Latvia. There it is. From Croatia, but live in Germany. Croatia. Liechtenstein. Well, that's not there. What about Turkey? There it is. Mexico. There it is. India. Oh, Liechtenstein. British Indian Ocean Territory. So this is a potential issue. Like if you have multiple results for the same term, you might want to show all of them, because right now, and I don't know how the API works. Maybe it only gives you back one response, but right now, I didn't want to see Indian Ocean. I just wanted to see India. What if I just search for IN? That's Argentina. How do I get India to show up here? What is the... We can look up Republic of India. Let's try that. There we go. So that's potential issue is if there's more than one results, we see the wrong one. Yeah, but there's India, and then let's look for Morocco. There's Morocco. Very cool. Great work. All right, let's do a quick code review, and then everyone gets a surprise from me. I'll leave a comment with this. That is very mean. We can do that now. Look at us. All right. Oh yeah, I'm gonna leave a comment on here. Comment. Cool. Now on to the code review. Let's copy that. With animations too, yeah. That's funny. All right. It just uses the what do you call it? Maybe it's not mean, but it's potentially insensitive, and also a generalization. And there are a lot of people from India that watch the stream. So that's it. Nothing against you. Just try to be open to all the people that watch the stream. Oh yeah, let's try Brazil. Brazil, very cool. Okay, let's start the code review. We're gonna start with HTML. Well, first let's look at the README. npm I, in case I ever have dependencies. npm build isn't for now.sh. Don't run it. It'll delete the nearest public folder. Now you can deploy before the entire thing to a static server, not your file system. Let's see. So you're saying that I shouldn't run I shouldn't run npm run deploy or npm run build or npm build? Remove the public folder and then sync the public folder. Okay. Maybe you should leave that out, Imphy? I don't know. It's kind of confusing what that's saying to do. Okay. Um, yeah, it's a pretty explanatory README. I think the main thing is like it describes what your project is and what it does. That's cool. Um, oh, I see. Because if we look at your, do you have a now.json? I guess you don't. That's okay. Yeah, I could definitely do it for Twitch chat, but we haven't figured out a way to listen for deletion events of YouTube chat messages yet. So I don't know. I think I'll just build my own streaming platform with a really easy to use API. I mean, Twitch is okay. But yeah. Oh, I've never seen that before. That's pretty cool, Infi. All right, let's look at the code. Index.html. We're looking for consistent indentation. We're looking for semantic tags. We're looking for this meta tag. And hello, ATD. Yeah, I've been well. Welcome. Yeah, the easiest way potentially is create my own chat server. That way I can manage it the way I want to. And potentially we can make Twitch like emote only and I don't know, do something with YouTube chat. I don't know. Okay, so we got our meta tag. Let's look at the indentation. It looks pretty consistent to me. Like each nested element is indented. That looks great. Let's look at the other HTML file, product.html. Looks good to me. Yeah. We've got the meta viewport tag, so that's good. CSS link and font links are in the head of the document. So there's our style sheets. Very good. And then the JavaScript, I'm guessing, is all the way at the bottom. Very good. If we look at index.html, we should see something similar. CSS is there. I don't think this has any JavaScript. Very good. Uses semantic tags where available. Let's look at this. So we do have nav. When you're using a CSS framework, sometimes it is hard to use semantic tags, especially if you're using their documentation, which usually has like a bunch of divs and stuff like that. So we are using nav here. That's cool. We're using section. We're using footer. I think you're doing as much as you can given that you are using a CSS framework. So looks good to me. Section, section, section. Potentially even like the div class column and class columns, those could be sections too, but it's totally fine. And I might actually use the main element. Are you using the main element? Yeah, because you have a section. I would probably wrap your search box and everything else in a main element. That's my main piece of feedback there on semantic tags. Below the nav, yeah. Prettier should work. I don't know what you have to do to set it up, though. Title and header links back to homepage. If I click here, goes back to homepage. Beautiful. No extra elements. Infi said he might get docked on that. So let's see. So we have a div with an anchor tag, a div with a couple of anchor tags. That looks okay to me. That looks fine. Let's look at the product page. Div or nav div a, nav div a. You're the only one that I've seen so far, Katoli. Yeah. You have a button. Yeah, I don't really see any extra elements. I mean, there are a lot of elements because you're using Bulma, but it looks good to me. All right, on to a JavaScript review. So we're gonna look at lookup.js. I think this is your only JavaScript. No, did I just get rickrolled? This doesn't count. Nice try, Infi. Nice try. Should this count? Let me know in the chat. Does this count as a rickroll? Yaomi says yes. Casual gameplay says yes. It had no sound. For creativity? All right. I'm gonna build a web page with all the people that have rickrolled me, and your name will be on there, Enfy. Like, it's pretty good. But the thing is, someone clip. It's just the fact that they have the lyrics to the rickroll song at the top of the file. Though, I'm making a rule about rickrolling. If I've been rickrolled in that way before, your name doesn't get on the list. It has to be original. Like, this is original. This is the first time somebody has put the lyrics to the Rickroll Never Gonna Give You Up song and made me accidentally read them. You might have seen the other day, I got Rickrolled because somebody told me to watch their stream and then they just played the Rickroll song. Doc created a website where when you request it from curl, it actually sends you frames of data that are the frames of the Rickroll video. So it has to be original. But if you do an original Rickroll and you get me, you'll get your name on a list. Okay, so let's just look at the code. Initially, we're gonna do a top level scan to make sure that the quote usage and semicolon usage is consistent. So let's see. Do you have an ESLint file? Yeah, you do have an ESLint file. Very good. And so my editor is actually working for that because your ESLint file says no semicolons, double quotes, and let's see. I guess that's it. But yeah. Cool. So you have this little function select that's just a wrapper around document.querySelector. That's pretty cool. It'll reduce the amount of code that you have in here. So I like that. You are using it looks consistent in terms of no semicolons and you're using double quotes. So we'll check that box. Let's just do a quick scan for indentation. Like, that looks good. That looks good. Looks good to me. You can try, Mahija. You can try. And I will gladly accept your tries. Yeah, if we zoom out a little bit, and see, do any of the lines cross here? Yeah, it gets a little bit long. I would say like line 57 is probably a little too long. Line 77 is probably a little too long. I'll add that in here. Variable and function names are clear and concise. Let's see. So we have search bar, search button, result container, error container, initialize search, error. Keep in mind, oh, that's true. It's still a little long. I don't know. It's up to you. And it's not like a hard and fast rule. It's really just, do you think, like, you could potentially write those lines, write that code to make it not as long, and it's up to you. So that's all I'm saying. But yeah, the function names look great. You actually don't have that many functions, but it's totally fine. Looks like we're using camel case everywhere for the most part. Some of these are not camel case, like search bar. I would think that the B needs to be capitalized. But maybe it's I think your first language is German, so maybe it's a little bit different. Because these are camel cased, and then there are some that are not. Yeah, I don't know. I'd say for the most part it looks good. Strings used more than once are in a variable. Let's look at all the strings that we're using. These are like our error messages. We could potentially make those reusable. In terms of like putting them in an object or something like that. That's fine. Functions are as few lines as possible. Code reads like a sentence. I think the one thing that we're gonna try to refactor is the initialize search function. Here, yeah, messages are only used once. It's true, but it might make sense to still put them in a reusable variable, because maybe you have that same error again later. I don't know. But initialize search is pretty long. I think it could be refactored into multiple functions. Could be split up. There's a couple of things in here we could split it up too. So we could create a separate function, excuse me, for making the request. We could create a the following code is not great. We could pull this into a function that says like update result container or something like that. So we could split it up into a few different functions. Function names dictate intent. So initialize search. Is that dictating the intent? Yeah, the point of this function is to start searching for a given country, so I think that's a good name. Nested loops avoided where possible. I don't think I saw any loops, really. Because the results you get back from the API, you don't need to loop over, it's just one result. Looping over languages. Wrap each comment into a function. Yeah, so like build column 4, build column 3, but then you could even give it a better name instead of column 3. Whatever this is actually doing, like, I don't know if the columns have a specific category, but that's fine. And I didn't see any extra variables. So overall, looks good to me. We'll look at the CSS, and then I'll attempt to do a refactor of this function to see what we could do with it. Let's look at the CSS. And there's not much because we are using a CSS framework. Cool. I like that you have a reusable flex class, so that's cool. Looks good. All right, let's try to refactor this function. I'll also say I really do like that you've put all of the elements into an object that are related. Let's see. If we look at the HTML, I think what you might be doing, yeah, so you have the result container predefined with all of the elements. So things like the domains, the codes, the calling codes, the capital city, also known as, all of these elements already exist on the page, so you're not adding them dynamically with JavaScript. So that's pretty cool. But there might be a way for us to dynamically update them without as much code. We'll see. And you've basically selected each individual one so that you can just put the data into that element, which is cool. So let's see if we can refactor this. I think the first thing is I would take this fetch and put it into a separate function. Yeah, so this catch is happening here. I feel like there should be another error. Let's see what this is my guess here. If there's potentially an error, I feel like this code still executes, but we're gonna get cannot access property 0 of undefined. Let's see. Yeah, cannot read property 0 of undefined. This is actually a learning in using a catch like this. So when you have an async await function and you put a dot catch on it, you're actually somewhat swallowing that error. So this does not stop the execution of the function. It keeps going, and then it gets here, and because your catch doesn't return anything, body is actually undefined. So if you really want this to work, then you might actually say right here, return an array, and then that way, well, that actually breaks it because then you get a different error message. I think we should rework how this actually works. But basically, what happens is the catch swallows the error, but it doesn't actually throw an error for the async function itself. So the code keeps executing, and then it gets here, and body is undefined, so it can't access the 0 of it. But first, before we do that, let's put this into a separate function. Here. So I'm going to say get result. Oh, no semicolons. You're right. We want to get result with the query, and then we'll create a function get result that has the query in it, like that. And we'll make this an async function, and I'm actually not going to do a dot catch here. I'm going to do a try catch. Well, actually, let's see. Failed to parse response. Please make sure your query is valid. Yeah, I am going to do a try catch. So we'll do a try. And then kind of want to create an error object. But yeah, give me just a second. I'll be right back. Hello. I'm back. Sorry. But so the issue with this function is it's calling it wants to call error. Let's put it back to the way it was. And then error is in charge of actually showing the error on the page. Like if we go here, yeah, it sets the error. Thank you, MP. I had to check something, but I'm back. So that actually shows the error on the page. And that takes in the title and the description. So one thing we could do is we could throw an error object that has a title and a description. I think that's what we're going to do. Yeah, let's do this. We're actually going to wrap this in a try catch, mainly because we want to throw a custom error. Like this. And then here we're going to throw an error. We'll say error.title equals that. And error dot, what was the other thing? Description, or desk. We'll call it description. Equals that. And then we're going to throw that custom error. Oh, no semicolons, sorry. You're right. And really, we don't need to await the response.json because we're just going to return it here. So we're just going to say return res.json. Cool. Now, get result is an async function, so we're going to await it, and I'm actually going to put the try catch at the top level here. So I'm gonna do a try. I think Infi mentioned earlier that they don't like try catches or something like that, but I'm gonna do it. So all of this code goes into the try, and then we can throw some errors. So if get result throws an error, then we do something in the error response. Right here, I would actually create a new error with the, okay, maybe it was someone else that mentioned that. I would actually throw a new error with the title and description properties, because that way we can always handle it in the catch. So we'll say error equals a new error. And we'll say error dot title equals that. No semicolons. And error dot description equals that. So by doing this, we now have this. I mean, technically, we could create our own custom error object that accepts the title and description as an argument to the constructor, but that's totally fine. It's fine to do it this way for now, but we could create a custom error object. But in having done this, now, okay, let's call this query error. That technically, I think, would work, though, because it's in a different scope. That's fine. And now what we'll do is we'll throw the error. So we'll say throw query error. And in the catch, we'll call the error function. So here in the catch, let's call this E. We'll say error with e.title and e.message. Or e.description, sorry. And really, we could just pass the entire error into the error function, but that's fine. We'll leave that there. But now, if query is empty, we throw the error, and it should be caught. If get result throws an error, it should be caught. And then here, it will. If this ever throws an error, it's never going to make it here because now we're catching it in the same try catch. Okay. Now watch. So before we had that can't read property 0. But now, if I do this, it still breaks. Line 65. Oh, I need to hard refresh? Oh, I'm not looking at my local one. I'm looking at your deployed one. Let's run it locally really quick. Here we go. DevTools, start a search. Space, enter. Undefined, undefined. Let's fix that. So I think this is where that will happen. We're going to throw the error. That would have happened here. That would have got caught by this try catch. Let's just log E. I have to await res.json. You shouldn't have to. Because ultimately we are returning that. Though I guess you're right. If we do want it to catch inside of here, then yeah, we would need to await it here. I think that's absolutely right. Because otherwise it gets caught in the other one, which doesn't set that property. Then we'll return body. Get rid of our semicolon, and we'll await this. Yeah, you're absolutely right. So by awaiting it in here, if the error happens in here, we throw our custom error, which has title and description. Otherwise, it would have gotten thrown here where it doesn't have a custom title and description. Cool. All right, try again. Space, enter. Now, the underlying error was unexpected end of JSON input, but the code exited and it didn't get to that body bracket 0 line, and we do still see the error. So that's great. I'm not going to pass that in there just because it's not being used. Warning, the following code is not great. And then here we, again, can throw another a custom error message. So we'll say not found error. It's a new error. And then the title is going to be not found. Just to be consistent. So instead of like calling our error function directly from here, we're only calling the error function once in the catch, and we're throwing the errors in a consistent way. And this should be not found error. Cool. Now, the other thing we can do is because we're now throwing an error, we don't need this else statement. So basically, if the country wasn't found, we throw an error and exit early. And then all of this code that was in the else, which is all the way up to here, can now be outside of the else. And these are essentially like early return, or like early throw. So if it's empty, we throw an error. If we don't get a result, we throw an error. And all of those errors are caught here and displayed on the page. So that's great. And now we don't need an else statement here. So let's try that again. If we try searching for that, we see not found. Very good. And I mean, I might put these into functions. I really think that's one of the only ways to clean this up. Or one of the ways to clean this up is to basically say, okay, we're setting column 1 here. Let's put this into a function that just says like set column 1. But I'm actually curious what we get back from the API, because I think that could potentially, we could change the IDs of the elements and do it that way. So because here we're saying like country.name, and we're setting that on result container.children.name. And my thought is in the result container object, if we named each of these things to be the same property that we're getting back from the API, then we could actually reduce the amount of code that we do. We could like iterate over the children for each one, look for that property on the result, and set it automatically. Top level domain. We're doing some. The thing is, we're like doing custom things based on the type of the response. So it's a little bit different. Can't really just set the property automatically. Yeah, processing the output. Exactly. So you're doing extra stuff here instead of just setting it. Yeah. Hello, Cedric. I've been streaming for 6 hours. Yeah. I'm almost done. I'm gonna be done very soon. Yeah, so my power went out halfway through, but it came back on like instantly. There was like a power surge, but I have been live for 6 hours. Hello, Shaggy. I guess what we could do is for all of the ones where we're just literally setting the item itself, let's put those in an array. This is what I'm thinking. All right, here we go. So we have name. We have capital. We have region. We have population. We have demonym. And thanks for the follow, Darius. Welcome. 2 hours later. No, I really will be done very soon. So basically, any of the elements where we're literally just setting the property we got back from the API onto the element, I'm going to make that happen all in one go. So then we have a native name. And numeric code. I really have to go though, because I gotta eat lunch. I got things to do. So basically, every property where we're literally just saying response.that property name, I've put those property names into an array. And now what I want to do is basically in our result container, I think each of the names of that element should match the name that came back from the API. So name automatically works. And so basically I'm going to say for each of these property, we're going to say result container dot children at that property equals country at that property. Cool. So, oh, you're using double quotes too. What is this complaining about? Unexpected new line between object and bracket of property access. Oh, it wants me to do that. No unexpected new line? That's a weird rule, but regardless, I need to change all of these single quotes to double quotes. Yeah, I'm gonna put it in a variable. That's a good call. So let's just call this property names. We'll call it like country property names or something like that, but that's totally fine. So here we'll say property names for each one. We set it in the result container. So name, that should be taken care of. That's totally fine. Cappy needs to be renamed to capital. So in our result container, we're going to rename this to capital. Like that, so it matches. Welcome to Twitch. You zoom in, the stream gets smaller. You zoom out, the stream gets bigger. Yeah. Okay, so that works for capital. Region is called regio. We're going to rename that to region. And then technically on the code review, I have unnecessary abbreviations. I think you should avoid abbreviating these things. Like I'm renaming them to their full name, like we're getting back from the API. And so, yeah, let's go here. We'll rename pop to population. And so basically, I'm renaming them to match the property name that we get back from the API, so it makes it really easy to set them on the page. So that demonym matches up. Native name should be on native. Native name. And then numeric code. Numeric code like this. All right, so I'll get rid of that. And if we've done everything correctly, basically every property that came back from the API that can be set automatically without some adjustment automatically will get set here. And so that should do it. I changed border. Are you sure? Instead of native? Okay. Where was native? Oh, okay. Cool. Thank you. So this should be native name. And then we need to rename this to native name. I guess technically I could use F2 to rename, I think. That should be fine. There we go. Fix that. Thank you, Bob. And this should be numeric code. Like that. Then we can get rid of that one. Okay, so if we've done everything right, that actually has cleaned up the code quite a bit, because each one of these properties is now automatically getting set from the element array based on the name we got back from the API. So let's try it. Refresh. USA. No errors in the console. Capital city is not there. Native name, numeric code, those are all not there. So we messed that up. We have capital. Capital. Did I miss a few? Oh, you got it. Thank you. Inner text should be that. There we go. Okay. So we've got those. So that's great. And I mean, I think we could technically do something. I'm gonna do it for this first one, TLDs, because we could do something like this. We could say for TLDs, this is actually an object where we have the element is that, and the transform, we'll call it, is a function that takes in the value and does what you're doing on the right-hand side here, like this. Like that. Good night, Mahidra. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, it's 2 a.m. Have a good night. So we can see value.join, something like that. And then in our iteration, we could say if it has an element property, then we do that. So throw that there. And then in the for each, we can say use self instead of element. Yeah, that's fine. You get the idea. Like if you do want to refactor it this way, you could. You absolutely don't have to. I think it's just interesting to think about here, because here we could say let's call it item, and that's going to be that, and we'll say if item.element, then do that. Else we're going to say item, do that. But if item.element is a thing, we'll say item.element inner text is going to be item.transform with country at that property. Like that. Oh, and I have semicolons all over the place. I'm sorry. So that's fine. No semicolons up here. Cool. So if I did that right, top level domain should still work. And it does. But it cleans it up a little bit. Yeah, and I do like calling that self, because technically self is the element itself because it selected it. And so we could say if self is a thing, we do that. So you could go through and create the different properties for all of these, and it kind of cleans up the code. I think that's a decent refactor. All right, I'm going to end it there. Thanks for appeasing me. It took me a while to get all of that going, but I'll do something like this. See you later, Katoli. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for modding. So let's do this. Could possibly refactor the function name too. Let's grab the rest of that code as well, because we also want this. We also want this and like the property names array, just for context. Yep. So could possibly refactor initialize search to this, to the below code. For the more complex transforms of the data, you could follow what was done with that. Okay, that's it. I'm done. Thanks for playing. Thanks for the follow typing in. And Envy, this is a great project. Honestly, the code was totally fine as is. It's just fun to think about how we can make it a little bit better, make it shorter, make it reusable. Because you'll see, like, once you add those transform functions, all of this code is going to go away. And then each transform function will be next to the element that it's happening to. So I think it's a nice grouping of code to see that, oh, for this element, the thing we get back from the API, we're going to run it through this function to actually add it. So I don't know. What are your thoughts, Infi? I know I gave you a ton of feedback. What are your thoughts? Make my own platform? Yeah. I might end up doing that eventually. Like, I could make my own streaming platform. I think initially it would be just for me, but I could implement subscriptions. I could implement bits. I could have really cool moderation features that don't exist on other platforms. All that good stuff. All right, Infi. Yeah, awesome. I think there were some comments. Can you make a video where you work on JavaScript beginners and teach JavaScript along the way? I've done a few videos like that. But yeah. I'm converting a site to React. Would like your opinion on how to proceed. I can take a look at it later, but I have made it to over 1,000 Twitch followers. Thank you so much, everyone. We're at 1,007, and because of that, I am going to play the saxophone. Becoming the next multi-billion-dollar company, coding art. Yeah, it's like that clickbait title. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just talking about stuff. If you like what I do, that's great. Hype. So I haven't played saxophone since I was like in the 10th grade in high school. But I have one here, and I've been practicing. So I'm going to try to play a Christmas song on the saxophone. So yeah, I'm going to stop talking for a second because my mouth is like really dry. And I need that not to be dry. And also, let's update the tags on here. So cool. You're very welcome, Bob. Yeah, so if you look at my my VS Code theme that I've been using, Bob made that. Yeah, if you just type VS Code, yeah. So on my VS Code settings, my theme that I'm using right now is SETI Black, and that was made by Bob's Paradox with over 790 installs. Great work, Bob. Great work. My next big year goals. I don't really make New Year's resolutions. I mean, I guess I could talk about the channel, but I don't know. All right, I'm going to stop talking now, just so my mouth will be a little less dry, and it'll be easier to play the saxophone. You're going to watch those numbers go up. All right, before I do that, we need to make it rain emojis. So we're going to do this. um, mm. Do I have a mounted function? I think I do. Yeah. Fetches are better in created. Most likely, yeah, because created will get called before mounted is called. And in view, that's totally fine because you don't have to worry about the items or the elements existing on the page yet. Hello, Darius. I mainly talk about JavaScript. Vue.js is one of my favorite front-end frameworks, but I actually do a lot of React coding a lot. Yeah, I'm sorry I haven't I've been streaming for 6.5 hours, so I normally don't stream this long, and normally I have like a specific topic. But this, I've been meaning to get these reviews for these projects in for a long time, so that is why I haven't been super responsive to all of the chat. But yeah, absolutely, Svetlina. If you, I believe there's a link on. That's funny, MP. I am at work. Oh, what happened? Cannot find module jQuery. Ugh. Ugh. I mean, technically, I could just uncomment that. But, yeah, I think if you look below the Twitch video, yeah, there's a link here to the Seedling School 01 front-end project description. So this is something I started like over a month ago, where on stream I came up with project requirements, what should this thing do, example ideas, and then people can open an issue with their project submission for me to review. So if you click on issues, every single one of these projects, if they've started working on it, is open source. So if you go on issues, you can see all the projects, and the ones that I've reviewed so far are probably like, if you see updates/changes requested, then that means I've actually given it a review. So you can go into that and you can click through to their repo and see their code and all that good stuff. But yeah, but those are other people's projects that I'm just reviewing. And thanks for the follow, imstewgt. I was using jQuery because there's this flip clock plugin that I was using, and it needed, I'm about to do the saxophone, but I need this happening as well. Those are linter errors. Those are not compiler errors. Come on. I just need it to rain emojis. That's all I need. Free sax bonus. No! Is it working? What's happening? I just want to rate emojis, that's all. All right, here we go. Okay. We go here. Hey, that's raining emojis. All right, let's remove the background color, and then I'm gonna make it an overlay, and then I'll start playing the saxophone. Do we have a CSS that's setting that background image? Yeah, let's get rid of that. And the background color. Overflow hidden. Cool. Yeah, perfect. Perfect. All right, here we go. It's gonna rain emojis. I have so many things open. We're gonna show the ASCII fireplace. There's that for sure. We'll add a browser source. Rain emojis. $8082 is the port. Hey, those are Windows emojis too. Yay, it's raining emojis. All right, I'm gonna play the saxophone now. So this is a reed. It's a piece of bamboo that you have to get wet first. I'm not gonna rickroll you, no. Though I need to learn how to play Careless Whisper, which is like the sax man song. Like no, this is a celebration because I have over 1,000 Twitch followers. I don't know why the drop commands are showing. It could be like if there's a space before the word drop or something like that. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know how you would play the Rickroll song on saxophone though. uh, wait, did the font size of the drop game get bigger? Duke Silver, maybe. Yeah, I would definitely consider doing YouTube or just doing streaming in general full time. Um, but at this point, I I couldn't. I could not sustain my current lifestyle, pay my rent, all that good stuff. Oh, I see. Like I said, I haven't played saxophone since I was like in 10th grade. So here we go. I never said I was good. Never gonna let us down. Yeah. Yeah, it's all good. Sounds good. Although I may need a nap. It's like I don't know. We're gonna do. We wish you a Merry Christmas. Probably gonna mess this up. I'm probably gonna have to start over again. Oh yeah, and the book is blue, so it's like see-through. Here we go. Okay, here we go. There are C sharps and F sharps. Everyone remember that. I did it! I did it! There are C sharps, the most confusing thing to say during a programming stream. Thank you! Thank you! I did it! Oh, okay. Yeah, like I said, I haven't played saxophone since like the 10th grade. I was actually surprised that I can still read music. But with the saxophone, it's interesting because the fingerings match up to like when the notes go up and down. I don't know. Yeah. All right, should I play another one? No, that was enough. That was enough. That's enough for today. Alrighty, everyone. Thanks for watching. Thanks for helping me get to 1,000 1,000 Twitch followers. Rand says, I used to play the trombone much easier. We could start a ska band. Somebody can, if you clip it. Oh wait, should I try one more? I should try it again to not mess up, because I messed up a few times. Like, I had to take a breath. Alright. We're gonna try one more time. I'm slightly warmed up, so there'll be less mess ups potentially. Though, like, the C sharps are weird. Because they're like. Sax in the City. That was almost a blues scale. Oh, skanking, yeah, it was dancing to ska music. Put some shades on? Do I have any shades? I'd have to go upstairs. I don't want to do that. All right, here we go. We wish you a Merry Christmas. JavaScript. Wait, is that right? I don't know. Okay, here we go. still messed up. I don't know. All right, I gotta go. That was fun. Thanks everyone for participating. Oh, Katola, you made it back in time for the raining emojis and the saxophone. That was the surprise. Now, I don't claim to be good at the saxophone. I played when I was in junior high, and then haven't played since. But I'm trying to learn again. Thank you, Katoli. Excuse me. Alrighty, everyone. Thanks for watching. Thanks for all of the follows. Let's see. And thanks for all the donations. There was a $30 donation from Casual Gameplay. Much, much appreciated. And I'll let the patrons fly by one more time. Look at all these overlays. There's so many overlays. Coding Garden is brought to you by viewers like you. Here they are. And I appreciate you all. I live in Denver, Colorado. And thanks for the follow, Coon Chris. Didn't mess up, just jazzed it up. There you go. Yeah, I got a Santa hat. All that good stuff. You know what? We should have made Christmas emojis drop. That would have been the thing to do, right? I don't know if the views did pick up. Here. One last update while all the patrons are happening. We need Christmas. We need a Mrs. Claus. And we need a Santa. And we need a snowflake. And we need a Christmas tree. And we need another snowflake. We'll do that one. I'll hide the patrons. Again, thanks to all the patrons. Infi clipped it. Thank you. If we search for snow, that would be a good one. Snowman. Yeah, there are several different snowmans, too. And that one. Oh, I don't like that. Is there anything other related to Christmas? Oh, candy cane. Is there a candy cane? No candy cane. All right, let's see what we get. Hey, look at that. Christmas emojis. This is great. All right. Alrighty, everyone. Thanks for watching. I guess, yeah, let's raid someone. I do need to go. I've been streaming for 6 hours and 40 minutes. Candy cane feels excluded for some reason now. Let's go in science and technology. Let's see who's streaming. And if you are watching on YouTube, see you later, Ed. Thanks for tuning in. Visit me here at twitch.tv/codinggarden. We're going to do a good old-fashioned raid. Let's find somebody to raid. Liz is doing Advent of Code. Now let's find someone with like a very low number of viewers. Let's search for like web development. Building an interactive soundboard from scratch. Graph theory? See you later, Infi. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, I don't know. I've never played Pikmin. I don't know what that is. Chase codes JavaScript. Recovers from surgery. Chillstream. React Redux. Node.js. The leaderboard are all of the people that have landed close to the center on the within the drop game. The grandma Christmas emoji. It's supposed to be Mrs. Claus. um, we could. I don't know. I'm not gonna worry about it. Let's actually raid CM Griffin. We've never raided them before. So here's what's gonna happen. Well, let me do this. This is our raid message. It goes like this. You do a little seedling, and then you do a nice little green heart, and then you do another seedling. So if you copy and paste that message, wait, who has a 99.98? Is that Bob with the highest? Well, not today, but in the past, Bob has gotten a 99.98. So copy and paste that message. This is the message we're going to use in our raid. There you go. Good work. Let's see some others. There we go. Nice. And we're going to raid CM Griffin, who is working on, I think he's working on his overlay stuff. Like yeah. There you go. You can copy impies too. Alrighty, everyone. Wherever you are wait. Oh, the channel is intended for a mature audience, so just let that be known. But alrighty, everyone. Wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this.